Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, or welcome to our show. It is 4:30 this morning on your Friday morning. What we're looking at is our Towson camera at this time. And overall, we are going to continue to be tracking what's happening with the Hurricane Ian moving into the Carolinas and eventually moving into our neck of the woods. This morning, though, we are seeing temperatures that are mainly in the 50s and some lower 60s. We're already seeing some of that cloud cover out there under mostly cloudy skies. So that's what we're looking at here this morning. And we'll continue to track the remnants from Ian rolling in by the time we head into the late afternoon today. Pretty much all day Saturday, especially tomorrow morning, and we could see about a good 1 to 2 inches, possibly even 3 inches in certain spots from this storm. Also, the wind is going to pick up, especially as we get into the afternoons here. We'll see the breezy conditions today, and it will be windy for us tomorrow. We already have some coastal flood advisories posted for parts of the Chesapeake, so we'll continuing to watch that. Ian is still 85 miles an hour, so it's a Category 1 hurricane. It was a tropical storm when it left Florida yesterday. Now out in the Atlantic and expecting to make landfall somewhere on the Carolina coast as we get into the afternoon and evening today. It'll probably be making landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. So we'll track that for you throughout the day. There it is right there. You can see it on our HD radar, and that's what we're talking about with Ian. So it is moving closer, bringing in more of that rain from Wilmington, North Carolina, down into Charleston, South Carolina as well. And we've got hurricane warnings up and down the Carolina coast, also seeing storm surge warnings as well. We'll take a closer look at this coming up in just a few.
Take a look now at your traffic. Looking at some of the area cameras here, we have what we do have is we have a little bit of issues and some slowdowns because of construction out there. Looking at your drive times, no problem at all. If you take a look at the smartboard, though, you can see some red indicators here around the map, and that's going to be your issues. Majority of them are construction, but we do have 95 North right at exit the Baltimore Beltway. One vehicle involved there, and we also have another issue that's going on at the toll roads when we're heading out toward 95. One other thing, this is the construction zone. Let me see if I can grab a camera here for you to see if those are working this morning. And it looks like it's fine right here, but there's construction around 95 westbound and eastbound. So the latest from your traffic map. Taylor, back to you.
Turning now to a city in crisis, we're learning more about a shooting at a bus stop near Mondawmin Mall. Now, a viewer shot some of this video that you see here of the moments after police say 2 kids got into a fight on the bus when one pulled a gun and shot the other. One person is in the hospital this morning. The other 2 were taken into custody. This shooting and the recent shooting in Fells Point has residents and city leaders looking for answers.
The whole city, not just one neighborhood.
This is a very difficult task. We're dealing with violence in a city that we've been dealing with for multiple decades. We're not going to come in and change this overnight.
Now, despite the rise in violence, the deputy mayor of public safety says crime is trending in the right direction.
Today, Baltimore is 1 homicide under last year. We started the month at, I believe, 52 shootings, non-fatal. Today, we're at 38 maybe, so there's a reduction. I base how I view things on the data, and that data says that we're going in the right direction.
Now, Anthony Barksdale says there's still room for progress. One of his main goals is transparency from the mayor and City Hall. Continuing coverage this morning, Baltimore City Council is holding its second hearing with the Department of Public Works, asking why the public wasn't informed about the E. coli in the water supply much sooner. DPW feels several factors may have contributed to the Labor Day weekend contamination, placing the blame on Baltimore's aging infrastructure. But none of DPW's 3 communication employees were at the hearing, prompting this reaction from Councilman Yitzi Scheifler.
Something does not add up. Why wouldn't the people who were so active and involved in this situation from the start, and also all the communication to the public, why they wouldn't be here is really mind-boggling.
DPW officials say they may be able to pinpoint where the contamination came from. They say a valve repair on Kirk Avenue and a sinkhole on North Avenue possibly played a role here. Coming up at 5:30, Olivia Dans will join us live with more into the response and how leaders are reacting. Making headlines this morning, a Johns Hopkins anesthesiologist and her spouse, a transgender Army doctor, are under federal indictment for allegedly trying to share information with the Russian government. Fox 5's Amy Simpson has a closer look at this case.
Court filings say the pair met multiple times last month with who they thought was a Russian official, but that person was really an undercover FBI agent.
Johns Hopkins anesthesiologist Dr. Anna Gabrielian and her spouse, U.S. Army Major Jamie Lee Henry, are facing federal charges, accused of attempting to pass medical information to the Russian government. According to the indictment dated September 28, Henry is a doctor stationed at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, holding a secret security clearance, and Gabrielian's online profile with Johns Hopkins lists Russian as one of her spoken languages. Court documents say the alleged conspiracy began last month on August 17th when the couple met with an undercover agent at a Baltimore hotel. Henry told the undercover agent they wanted to assist Russia and had looked into even joining the Russian army after the start of the war in Ukraine. The indictment says the couple offered to provide private medical records, meeting again with the undercover agent in Baltimore August 24th. And in a meeting at a Gaithersburg hotel on August 31st, the indictment says the duo did share medical information related to multiple active duty, retired, or spouses of Department of Defense individuals, records they indicated the Russian government could use for exploitation. Henry was featured in a BuzzFeed article back in 2015, identifying them as the first out transgender active duty U.S. Army officer, a Twitter profile connected to the same name, and identifying as a transgender military physician, showing a mix of military and medical tweets as recently as this summer.
In a statement to Fox 45 News, Johns Hopkins Medicine says, "We were shocked to learn about this news and this morning intend to fully cooperate with investigators." Meanwhile, Matt Lennard spoke to a spokesperson for the U.S. Army who says, "As this is an open case, we are referring you to the Department of Justice." New developments in the case of Anad Syed, the murder of Hae Min Lee. The evidence under review right now as Lee's family seeks justice. Plus, we're looking at a cooler and cloudy day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the rain from Ian in our area this weekend coming up. We're continuing to track Hurricane Ian this morning as its destructive path towards North Carolina's cause is quite a massive bit of destruction here. This is the scene here in Florida. People in Fort Myers staring down a long road to recovery this morning. We want to get right over to Justin Chambers. He's been tracking the storm for us all week. Justin.
Yeah, Taylor, looking at the storm, this is now still a hurricane with 85-mile-an-hour winds sustained. That's a Category 1 storm, and this is going to make a third landfall by the time we get into the afternoon. Remember, it made landfall in Cuba before it made landfall in Florida, and now it's tracking towards South Carolina. This is already bringing some cloud cover to our area. No rain as of yet, but that will change, especially as we get later tonight and into tomorrow. It's going to be moving in from the south and southern Maryland, and then eventually in our area. And overall, we'll be tracking mostly cloudy skies today. That rain moving in later today and tonight. Could see a good 1 to 3 inches area wide once this thing is all said and done by the time we get into Sunday. We'll break this down a bit further throughout the morning and let you know when we'll start to dry out coming up in a few.
The Maryland Court of Special Appeals denied a motion from Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox to stop mail-in ballots from being counted early. The Board of Elections can now start counting mail-in ballots starting Saturday. Cox remains strong on his decision, though, while others are questioning the reasoning.
I stand with the Constitution for the people, because if we lose that, we lose the opportunity to have a voice.
We did this in the last election. It was my idea, and we counted the votes. We didn't have a single problem with that, and I can't imagine why there'd be a problem this time.
Ballots will be sent to Anne Arundel County voters starting today. Hartford and Howard counties will be mailed out on Monday. Baltimore City residents will start receiving theirs on Tuesday, and county residents expect them by next Wednesday. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. Ian swamps Florida, trapping residents, destroying roads, flooding homes, the rescues, the recovery, and the vow to help from Washington. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can check out the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Violence continues to plague Baltimore City as one young person is hurt, another in custody. We question city leadership's sense of urgency and fighting crime here in the city. Plus, residents in the Carolinas bracing for the worst. We continue our coverage of Hurricane Ian all morning long. Our coverage continues this morning of Hurricane Ian. Now, it's officially left Florida, and it's starting to impact the Carolinas. Look here on the top of your screen, a live look from Raleigh this morning as residents are getting ready and bracing for that storm. Now, on the bottom, though, you can see the destruction. That's a helicopter there, but flying over, you can see the destruction there in Fort Myers. We've got a reporter, Stephen Quinn, from our sister station. He's got an update with the damage and the recovery efforts going forward.
The damage from Hurricane Ian here in Fort Myers Beach is simply catastrophic, and it is the same dangerous story on the other barrier islands. Right now, the only way to get north to Sanibel Island is by air. Coast Guard, planes, and helicopters right now running rescue missions to anyone who still might be on those islands. For those who made it out of Hurricane Ian, they are grateful.
The winds were so strong, you couldn't even come out your house. If you would have got blown down.
Judy Curry has called Fort Myers her home all her life. She has friends and loved ones here, but she doesn't know if they're alive.
I got a phone, but it won't let you call nobody.
The death toll is uncertain, but public officials have said they do expect fatalities as they brace the public for the true scope of Hurricane Ian's toll. The storm surge left Brian Peck waiting through his Fort Myers Beach home until he was forced to retreat to the second story as the storm surge inched closer to where he was.
I think this is going to change the Fort Myers Beach forever. It's a whole new, so many things are going to have to start over. It's going to take years probably to get back to normal.
The work begins right now here in Fort Myers Beach. This bridge now shut off to anyone except crews working to try to clean up and assess the damage here, and it is certainly catastrophic. In Fort Myers Beach, Stephen Quinn reporting.
Let's head right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our forecast and how Ian could impact us here at home this weekend. Justin.
Yeah, it's going to be impacting us. Starting later today, we're going to start to see some of the rain showers. The wind is going to pick up as well. This is our current HD radar. A large ridge of high pressure centered over the Great Lakes. That's going to help to kind of steer this thing onto land. And so we're already seeing some of those showers moving into parts of North and South Carolina with Hurricane Ian. Let's zoom in a little bit closer. And this is the latest that we're seeing on the HD radar. Notice no tornado warnings. We are getting some thunderstorms there, but we've got hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings for areas along the South Carolina and North Carolina coast. Already seeing the impacts, the Wilmington radar and the Charleston radar picking up on some of those showers. And you can see that storm that became a hurricane again. It was a tropical storm, briefly kind of weakened yesterday and then went out over the Atlantic and became a hurricane. Now 85-mile-an-hour winds. You can actually see some of the wind gusts right here as this picture kind of really shows you what's going on from Charlotte and Augusta down through Savannah into the Charleston area. And Charleston's one of the most flood-prone cities in the U.S., so they're going to have that storm surge that is going to be the potential life-threatening storm surge is what we're talking about. This is now the brand new update. This just updated here, so it's a little early for that 5 a.m. update, but still 85-mile-an-hour winds. We've seen a peak wind gust at 105, which puts it at a Category 2 for wind gusts, but the sustained winds are right there as a Category 1. Putting the track on this thing, you can see this is about 2 o'clock this afternoon. That's Charleston. There's Florence, South Carolina. Myrtle Beach is up here as well. This is what we're looking for in terms of the landfall, the third landfall on this storm. It is then going to track up into the Charlotte region, and by the time we get to Saturday afternoon, we'll still be hanging on as a tropical depression in Roanoke before it just becomes a remnant low, and that's when we're going to see some of the remnants here for the weekend. Let's take a look at our hourly future scan. So that northeasterly wind is going to be pulling in that cloud cover throughout the day today. This is 2 o'clock this afternoon. Notice we're already starting to see a few showers move in on some of our models for Annapolis, Stevensville, down through Easton and the eastern shore. Those showers will continue to move from south to north and continue to be in our area by 7, 8 o'clock tonight. And then another round of the heavier rain is going to be rolling in as we head into Saturday. This is looking a little farther out here. This is taking you through Saturday morning into Saturday evening. And then Sunday, we'll continue to see more of those rain showers that will be with us as well. So it's going to be a wet weekend. We've already seen a lot of things being canceled, Fells Fest being one of them that's actually postponed to the end of October. But this is one of our rainfall totals, and this is one of our computer computer models showing a good amount of rain for you in Easton, down through Denton, Stevensville, Chestertown, even 2.5 inches in Annapolis. We do have some coastal flood advisories that are also posted for our areas here in the Chesapeake, especially for Anne Arundel and Calvert counties. As we look over downtown Baltimore, nice conditions this morning and temperatures that are not too bad. We're mainly in the 50s here right now. And as you rise and shine over the next couple of hours, we'll see those 50s stay with us. Sun comes up at 7:02, but probably won't see much of the sun today, as we are going to see the showers rolling in late and the cloudy skies as well. Going to be wet for that Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. Notice the temperatures are staying in the 60s. By Monday, that wet rain starts to move out of here, but Tuesday and Wednesday, you'll definitely see some drier and calmer conditions. Back to you.
All right, now to the Unstoller Traffic Network. A look at your drive times: 8 minutes, 6 minutes, 9 minutes. Everything seems to be moving very smoothly this morning. But let's check in with mass transit. Hey, Mark Jones with the MTA.
Hey, Taylor, good morning. Good morning, everyone. The commute is a good one out there for the most part on the MARC train system. You'll find a couple cancellations in the mix, normal now these days due to freight train congestion. Trains 840 and 841 canceled. But outside of that, the trains look good for travel on the Camden and Penn and Brunswick lines of MARC. No delays, at least. Out there on Light Rail Link, good news. The single tracking and maintenance that we've dealt with for a good part of the week out of the way. On-time service and no single tracking on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link, however, still dealing with single tracking in 2 locations between Old Court and Owings Mills and between State Center and Johns Hopkins due to maintenance. Allow time for travel, as you will take a delay of about 10 to 15 minutes in your travels on Metro Subway Link. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Nearly 20 shootings in the city of Baltimore this week alone. It's the same song for residents. Our city leaders responding. Plus, the debate over student loan forgiveness. We hear from both sides just ahead. Yeah, it was a bad day on Wall Street. Stocks on Wall Street just erasing those gains from Wednesday. The Dow tumbled more than 450 points yesterday, while the S&P gave back 78 and the Nasdaq fell 314. Investors continue to worry about the economic growth and inflation. A third reading of second quarter GDP confirms 2 consecutive quarters of decline, which is, by one definition, a recession. Wells Fargo Bank says it doesn't believe there is a recession right now, but it expects one early next year. Meanwhile, weekly job loss claims hit a 5-month low, but it's a shortage of workers fueling inflation. Wages are rising, but pay just isn't keeping up with the high prices, which is central in Republican platforms less than 6 weeks before midterm elections.
Our citizens' buying power after inflation is lower today than it was the moment President Biden put his hand on the Bible.
President Biden, though, pushing back, saying if Republicans win in November, the first thing they'll do is repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, thus increasing drug prices. Now, 6 red states are suing the Biden administration to try and stop its plan to forgive student loan debt for tens of millions of Americans. The states argue President Biden can't use the pandemic to justify this forgiveness since he declared it over in an interview this month. It's the second lawsuit this week challenging Biden's loan cancellation plan. White House officials say they're confident it will survive those legal hurdles. Now, this morning, there are new concerns that gas prices will creep back up again after several months of falling. While several oil and gas platforms in the Gulf of Mexico were evacuated, production will likely be up and running soon. So are fears of a hurricane-related spike at the pump. Now, are those warranted? National correspondent Christine Frizzell takes a closer look.
Like a wrecking ball, Hurricane Ian crashed ashore, smashing lives and livelihoods. Even before water levels have receded, fears are rising about what this natural disaster means for the country as a whole. In Los Angeles County, the average price of gas jumping 16 cents a gallon overnight.
The new average is $6.26 a gallon. It's gone up almost 70 cents in just 1 week.
For the second day in a row, President Biden issuing this warning to oil and gas executives.
Do not use this storm as an excuse to raise gasoline prices or gouge the American public.
But how much of a role do they actually play in the price we pay at the pump?
Most of these individual gas stations are owned by mom and pop operations. They're not owned by the big oil companies. So they're pretty sensitive to what the price is right around the corner at the next place.
According to industry experts, the price we pay is more tied to basic economics, supply and demand.
Crude oil has been higher this year, primarily because of the demand increases coming out of the pandemic, and the supplies have not kept pace.
According to the Department of Energy's Energy Information Administration, there are 4 main factors that determine the retail price of gasoline: the cost of crude oil, federal and state taxes, distribution and marketing costs, and refining costs and profits. But during that summer surge, when Americans were paying more than $5 a gallon for gas, companies like Chevron, BP, and ExxonMobil all reported record profits, far higher than the same quarter last year. With new reports, OPEC will once again decide to cut production when its members meet next week.
Hopefully, the oil and gas companies will do the right thing and put people over their own profits.
A blame game with American consumers caught in the middle. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
We're coming to the end of another violent week. Coming up, the calls from the community for leaders to do more.
Tonight, there'll be another forum to talk about creating a Johns Hopkins police force, despite last night's meeting being shut down by protesters. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, hear from both those for and against the plan.
Temperatures not too bad this morning. We're tracking Ian and the remnants that we'll have right here at home, breaking down how much rain we're looking for this weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Coming up on 5 o'clock on this Friday, September 30th, the last day of September. I'm Tom Rogers.
Can we slow time down? I'm Taylor Stewart.
Not. Let's go.
Oh, my goodness. We're in fall. Yeah. But we do want to jump right in this morning. Hurricane Ian still heading our way, and As you can see here, this is the track as it heads towards Fort Myers. Residents there are bracing for that storm. But let's check in with Justin right now to see how it's impacting us here this weekend.
Yeah, it already hit Fort Myers, Taylor, and we saw that a couple of days ago. We're now tracking it toward the Carolinas, and that's what we're looking for right now. This is a live look from our HD radar, and that storm already bringing wind and rain to North and South Carolina. It's heading right toward Charleston, South Carolina, in terms of the landfall that we're expecting. And you can already see some of those outer bands here. It is still a hurricane with 85-mile-an-hour wind. That's the latest update from the National Hurricane Center. That puts it at a Category 1. Remember, yesterday it was weakened to a tropical storm, and then it started to get back over the open waters of the Atlantic, and now still a hurricane. So it is going to impact us here as early as this afternoon. Right now, we are seeing calm conditions in Towson. We do have the cloud cover that is out there, and temperatures in the low to mid-50s here for Cockeysville and Towson down to Baltimore City, 55 in Dundalk, and 56 your temp in Brooklyn Park. Mostly cloudy, windy today as well. That rain is going to be moving in late today, and we have a good chance of seeing a good 1 to 3 inches of rain possible throughout central Maryland as this storm moves in. Your drive this morning is going to be fine, just cloudy with temperatures staying in the 50s for the next couple of hours. Back with your full forecast, and we'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
With the storm making its way up north, the Fells Point Fun Fest has been postponed because of wind and rain expected this weekend from Ian. The new dates will likely be October 28th through the 30th. The Ocean's Calling Music Festival in Ocean City also canceled this weekend.
And now to a city in crisis. It's been a violent week in Baltimore with at least 18 people shot since Sunday.
Yeah, more than half of those shootings happening just in the past 3 days here.
Yeah, we have live team coverage this morning. The crime crisis plaguing Baltimore City. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with the ongoing debate to form a university police force at Johns Hopkins.
But first, let's go ahead and get started with Shannon Lilly here. She's got more of those urgent calls from leadership to take action. Shannon.
Yeah, and the key word here, Taylor, is urgency. That's what the community says they want to see from leaders, an immediate response to this crime crisis, especially after this shooting right here at the Mendowman bus loop. That's one of the city's busiest transportation hubs. Well, gunfire erupted on the bus there yesterday.
All you can see is everyone surrounding the bus. And then all the police and everybody shut the whole station off.
Yeah, this happened at about 3 o'clock. MTA police say 2 juveniles were fighting on the bus when one pulled a gun and shot the other. Now, fortunately, though, Taylor and Tom, the young victim did survive.
This shooting, though, comes a day after the city council hearing focused on police department's crime-fighting strategies. So what did we learn? Has there been any progress?
Yeah, so Tom, in that meeting, city council and police talked about how they've been focusing on the Western Police District, and they actually say that data shows there has been a positive change in that area. Okay. However, we did talk to Mark Conway, the councilman, and we asked him, we pressed him for when we can see that relief in other neighborhoods as well. Take a listen to what he had to say.
This is a very difficult task. We're dealing with violence in the city that we've been dealing with for multiple decades. We're not going to come in and change this overnight.
So Conway there admitting that it will take time, but he says change will happen. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, early edition.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News questioning the city's new deputy mayor for public safety, Anthony Barksdale, about the recent crime. 560 people have survived shootings so far this year, a staggering number, and that's 36 more than the same time last year. Violent crime, one of the biggest concerns that we hear. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost brought those concerns to Barksdale.
Today, Baltimore is one homicide under last year. We started the month at, I believe, 52 shootings, non-fatal. Today, we're at 38, maybe, so there's a reduction. I base how I view things on the data, and that data says that we're going in the right direction.
Is one homicide fewer, though, really something to praise?
One homicide fewer means we're going the right way. Imagine if I was saying we're plus 22 or 20, whatever it was when I started. We're trending in the right direction. Of course, there's room for progress, so I'm not arguing with you on that point. But -1 is a start.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Baltimore City political leaders are ignoring the crime problem? So far, 96% of those who have voted say yes. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com.
Well, as crime continues to be out of control here in the city, it's even bleeding onto Johns Hopkins University's campus. Now, in an effort to combat the crime, the university is hoping to bring a police force to the campus, but it's being met with some criticism.
Yeah, Olivia Dance is joining us live now. Olivia, what can you tell us about the pushback?
Well, tonight there's a meeting to talk about creating a Johns Hopkins police force right here on campus. But last night's meeting and the meeting before that were both shut down by protesters. University administrators were prepared to answer questions about their plans to form their own police department. The armed police force would be dedicated to tackling the crime that's now creeping onto campus.
We're impacted by assaults, we're impacted by robberies and even murders here on our East Baltimore campus. I have individuals who come here to work who are afraid to come from the parking garage into the building.
Hopkins already employs more than 1,000 private security workers, but this new police force made up of about 100 officers would have all the powers of a Baltimore City police officer. But the police force would agree to a number of measures, including complying with the city's consent decree, wearing body cameras, and only tackling minor crimes. But protesters still have concerns.
There's already incidences of university police going beyond their reach. I know people personally have been discriminated, and introducing guns into that equation is not a good idea.
Now, last night's meeting was held virtually, but some community members were allowed to come, but protesters still showed up and shut down the meeting within 30 minutes. Back to you.
Now, Olivia, we know some people are frustrated and do not want this police force, but there are some residents who came out last night to learn more and possibly want it. So what are they saying? What do they imagine will come of this? What's frustrating them at this point?
Yeah, Taylor, great point. You know, Fox 45 News spoke with community members who came to this forum to try to learn about this police force. And yeah, they are frustrated. Take a listen.
I'm not going to say they're crazy. They've been misguided.
I respect their ability to protest and make their noise and do what they did. But let everybody else come out and have a voice at a town hall meeting.
And again, tonight's meeting will be held virtually, so we're just going to have to wait and see if any progress is made. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Fox 45 News has looked at crime in areas for Johns Hopkins University's police department, the ones that they would patrol. The day after last week's forum was disrupted, a man was shot right by East Baltimore Medical Campus. That is one of the dozens of crimes just this year within the proposed patrol boundaries. You can see that reporting right now on foxbaltimore.com.
Still ahead this morning, a look at the stunning video coming out of Florida. The road to recovery residents have just ahead.
And we continue to track the remnants from Ian moving into our area by the time we head into the weekend. That's what we're going to be looking at and talking about all morning long right here on Fox 45. 5:11 is your time right now, and your Weather Authority forecast. No rain for us here as of yet. You can see on our HD radar, starting to see a few showers moving into Virginia Beach and the far southern end of the Chesapeake. We do have coastal flood advisories that have been posted for the Chesapeake, and this is for Anne Arundel County and Calvert County. Coastal flood warnings a little farther down to the south, so we could see some inundation and some minor flooding even in Annapolis over the next couple of days with high tide and the fact that we are going to see that wind and rain. As for our morning drive, Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Numbers stay in the 50s for the next couple of hours, and we're dry. We'll take a closer look at exactly when that rain starts to impact all of us coming up in a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. 5:11 and making your headlines this Friday morning. The old Legislative Services building in Annapolis is almost no more. In fact, check out this new video. The building gutted since demolition began last month. A new building will go up in its place, expected to open in late 2024. Capital Gazette reporting $70 million has been allocated for the project so far. Maryland couple accused of trying to spy for Russia. Well, how they were caught, and the information feds say a Hopkins doctor was on the verge of sharing. Residents of Florida starting the road to recovery this morning. Look at these videos right here. Hurricane Ian coverage continues all morning long. .514 this morning, we continue tracking the deadly Hurricane Ian as it is slated to hit the Carolinas later today. On the top left, you can see video from Folly Beach, South Carolina. The wind gusts as the storm approaching. The top right, our Weather Authority radar showing the storm's path.
Wow, yeah, this comes just days after Ian plowed through parts of Florida, leaving utter destruction. You can see that there on the bottom left, that storm surge just sweeping through Fort Myers. There at the bottom right, the aftermath leaving the city in complete shambles.
We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, talking about the path and the differences between when it first made a landfall in Florida, leaving Florida, and now what it's going to look like when it hits the Carolinas.
Yeah, and Tom, remember, it made landfall in Cuba first, so this is going to be the third landfall. It also hit parts of Tortuga and the dry Tortugas down there, so this is a storm that is just not done, and you can see it is re-intensified as a hurricane. So it was the tropical storm briefly yesterday, went out over the open waters of the Atlantic and quickly gained strength. And now it's up to 85 miles an hour. That's the storm system right there. Notice that we are dry here. However, we're getting some of that cloud cover, those outer bands bringing in some of that cloud cover and that moisture to our area as well. But the folks there from Charleston, South Carolina, up into Wilmington, North Carolina, already getting hit with these rain showers and with the inflow of that storm. The storm surge is what we have to talk about as well, because, you know, Charleston is a very low-lying area. All these areas along the coastline from Charleston up into Myrtle Beach is where we have the potential to see some of the strong storm surge and also the wind gusts as well. Hugo hit this area in the late 80s, and that was the last real huge storm that people in South Carolina still talk about. This is the wind gust right now. You can really see where that wind is going from Charlotte and Augusta all the way down through Savannah. So the eye of that storm is still off the coast. This is the latest track, 85 miles an hour, sustained winds, gust up to 105, expected to make landfall sometime about 2 o'clock this afternoon, somewhere between Charleston and Myrtle Beach. So right there in the Piedmont, moving into South Carolina. It's going to track up towards Charlotte by early Saturday morning, potentially still hanging on to tropical storm characteristics before it becomes a tropical depression and an area of low pressure later into Saturday. But that means we are going to be talking about wet weather for us. We're going to be tracking Ian throughout the next couple of days, and the wet weather will be all in our area by the time we head into possibly even later this afternoon. This is an hourly future scan, so this is called the HRRR model. It updates every hour. This is 2 o'clock this afternoon. Notice a couple of those bands from Annapolis and Stevensville out through Easton and Denton and the Eastern Shore moving closer to us by about 6, 7, 8 o'clock tonight. So we're already going to start to see some of the steady rain showers developing for your Friday and continuing to see that trend into Saturday. This is the larger picture, so watch what happens as that storm moves in. Heaviest rain is going to be late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Off and on showers for Saturday. We're definitely going to see that rain stay with us and the wind as well. Then the low is going to shift off to the east, and we'll see a better chance of those rain showers hanging on through Sunday morning into Sunday afternoon before eventually pushing off and drying out toward the middle of next week. Rainfall totals, well, they're looking pretty impressive for some of us. A good 1 to 2 inches for sure, possibly even some 3 inches there in parts of the Eastern Shore. As for right now, everything looking good from our downtown Baltimore camera. Temperatures in the mid-50s at this time at BWI, and that northeast wind already about 10 to 15 miles an hour. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, go ahead and throw the umbrella and the rain jacket in their bag just in case, especially if you pick them up this afternoon and you start to encounter a few of those showers by the time we get into the later part of the day today. Numbers will be mainly in the 60s as we take a look at your 7-day forecast. And yes, it will be wet for the Ravens game on Sunday. 62 Monday. That's it, with those spotty showers left over before we start the drying process through the middle of next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Taking a look at the fall weather and how it can come with it. Allergies.
Ooh,
Many as 60 million people suffering from symptoms of seasonal allergies, this guy included. This time of year, we're seeing ragweed, molds, they're in full force.
Yeah, and I'm definitely being impacted as well.
Yeah.
The experts say dealing with allergies might even affect your pets.
Yeah, all right. Well, especially if those pets go outside a lot.
If you are sleeping with them, you are basically sleeping with some weeds that are outdoors. So I usually ask my patients to keep the pets out of their bedroom, especially during their really big times of the year.
All right, so blame the dog, right? Experts recommend using over-the-counter treatments like nasal sprays and antihistamines to deal with the allergy symptoms. If they do not work, they recommend seeing your doctor, who may refer you to an allergist. Now let's take a look at your traffic here in your Len Stoller Traffic Network. Area cameras looking great. 695 at 40 West, a little bit of slowdown because of the volume at 519. Also 50 westbound, right when you come across the Bay Bridge. There's a slowdown there, not sure why, but just westbound you have a little bit of a pause, maybe about a mile of a delay there. Now we want to get a check on your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Friday, Mark.
Well, happy Friday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. For the start, you'll find on-time service on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of Mark. No major delays or issues as far as delays are concerned, but you will find that ongoing cancellation situation on the Camden line affecting trains 840 and 841 due to freight train congestion. Perhaps use the Penn line to avoid those cancellations on the Camden line of Mark. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, no single tracking. That's out of the way. Maintenance completed for now. On time there on Light Rail Link this morning, but Metro Subway Link still dealing with single tracking in 2 locations between Old Court and Owings Mills and between State Center and Johns Hopkins. Allow time for travel there. Expect about a 10 to 15 minute delay on Metro Subway Link. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, thank you, Mark. Residents of Carolina is bracing for the worst. We continue our Hurricane Ian coverage all morning long. 5:21 is the time. .24, we have continuing coverage this morning. The Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office waiting for the results of DNA testing. City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby says the results will determine if she recharges Adnan Syed.
Well, the family of Heyman Lee taking action here. They're filing an appeal. Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost spoke with the Lee family, their attorney, and they have the latest moves on their court.
The attorney for Heyman Lee's brother, Steve Kelly, tells me that he believes that Judge Melissa Finn violated the victim's rights when they did not allow enough time for the victim's family to come from the West Coast to Baltimore and participate in the hearing. And now Kelly says he's asking a court to pause this case while the appeal process plays out. Woodlawn High School student Heyman Lee killed in 1999. Adnan Syed convicted of a murder. State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby filing a motion to overturn that conviction, citing evidence she says the defense never had. Syed's conviction overturned last Monday. Syed walking out of the courthouse without shackles, on home detention until Mosby decides what to do next. New video posted to social media showing life outside of prison for Syed.
The appeal is very centered on victims' rights.
Steve Kelly, the attorney for Haymon Lee's brother, Young Lee, says Judge Melissa Finn violated the victims' rights when she did not provide enough notice for them to show up in court in person.
Giving someone a half a day's notice and expecting them to show up and speak without having heard anything about what this is all about, that's not really respecting the victims' rights in any meaningful way.
Kelly says the judge gave the Lee family less than one business day of notice to travel from the West Coast to Baltimore, and he says that's not good enough.
I think the violations are pretty clear.
Kelly says the filing is the first step to get Maryland's Court of Special Appeals to look at whether Judge Finn violated the law. Mosby's office has 30 days to decide whether new charges will be filed against Syed, and that's why Kelly says there should be a pause in this case.
We don't want anything else to happen in the case until the appellate court has weighed in on it. That's really where their focus is. Will any justice ever be done for Hay or not?
Marilyn Mosby's office did not respond to a request for a comment about this latest move, but her office has said that Lee's family was involved in the process from their view as it played out. In the meantime, no court dates have been set. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Well, Fox 45 News will continue following this case and bring you any updates as they become available. You can follow along both on air and on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
Recovery efforts underway in Florida after Hurricane Ian leaves a path of destruction. We continue our coverage all morning long here on Fox 45.
Violence in Baltimore County schools. Coming up, what parents, teachers, and students are saying about it and what they want school leaders to do to address it. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good Friday morning to you. It is September 30th, the final Friday of September.
That's it. We're moving into another month.
Moving on in.
Yeah. Did you have to fill out any checkbooks lately?
Any checkbooks?
Yeah, like a check. You write a handwritten check. You know, remember that old school stuff?
Tom, I've seen it a few times in my life. I think they're part of ancient history.
They are, but every once in a while, when you have kids and they play a sport, you have to bring out the checkbook. And so I had to do that the other day, and I was like, "What year is it? 21? No, 22. We're in 22."
Yeah, we're here.
Had to write one of those. Yeah.
Yep.
So now we're gonna have to change the checkbooks again starting tomorrow, 10/1.
Or we could get some just Cash App or Venmo, but whatever century you want to live in. Anywho. We are still covering Hurricane Ian this morning. It continues to pummel the state. There you can see on our top right the destruction in San Carlos, boats and buildings just destroyed there.
Now, Justin, not as intense, but still, this storm is far from over, heading into the Carolinas next. Right?
Yeah, it's interesting, too, because it was a tropical storm yesterday briefly, and then it went out to the open waters of the Atlantic and became a hurricane and actually strengthened a little bit. So now 85-mile-an-hour winds as it barrels toward South Carolina, and already seeing the wind and the rain for up and down the Carolinas, not only South Carolina, but also North Carolina, pushing a little bit closer there. The center of the storm is still offshore at this time, but you can see all of that wind and rain from Wilmington, North Carolina, up into Jacksonville, all the way down into Charleston. Those are all low-lying areas along the coast, and they are bracing for this storm. Storm surge warnings, hurricane warnings, all posted. Hopefully, folks have evacuated from those areas as the storm is not done. Meanwhile, we are going to see the impacts from Ian as we head into the weekend. Everything is nice and dry and calm right now. The cloud cover continues to roll in. Statewide, our numbers are in the 40s out west and mainly 50s for Westminster and Bel Air down to Baltimore City, 61 your temp in Annapolis. Mostly cloudy and windy for today. Rain moving in late this afternoon into the evening time. Overall, through the weekend, could see a good 1 to 3 inches of rain possible. Morning commute will be dry with temperature staying in the mid to upper 50s, but as we head later into the afternoon, we are tracking some of those showers. You can see the next 3 days basically stay below average. Highs will only be in the 60s, but it's the wind and the rain that we'll talk about, the remnants from Ian affecting us here at home. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. 5:32. Now to a city in crisis. More criticism for DPW. In the City Council's second hearing holding the Department of Public Works accountable for the handling of the E. coli water contamination in West Baltimore.
Council members asking where the contamination came from and why the public wasn't told any sooner.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning. She has more on the hearing and how some city leaders say it could have been handled differently. Olivia?
Yeah, that's right. At the hearing, the Department of Public Works finally gave some answers as to what may have caused the E. coli contamination, but City Council members still have questions about the lack of communication. Now, the department believes several factors may have contributed to the water crisis, blaming Baltimore's aging infrastructure.
What this shows is that there are multiple factors that came together to create a scenario that likely contributed to the contamination in the area of impact. The large mains being out of service was the root cause, the Kirk Avenue valve repair, and the sinkhole on North Avenue.
DPW says those problems compromising the water line led DPW to shut off the Vernon pump station, reverting supply from the area of impact to Lake Ashburton, where a sinkhole there lowered the chlorine levels in the water. But City Council members also held the hearing to better understand the failures of communication that occurred. DPW first tested the water at the start of September, and they've been criticized for not informing the public sooner. But DPW's communications department wasn't even at the meeting.
Well, this whole situation was a failure of communications. So had the communications department properly communicated to the public immediately and done so in the way that they do on many other things, we wouldn't have been here today. I mean, something does not add up. Why wouldn't the people who were so active and involved in this situation from the start, and also all the communication to the public, why they wouldn't be here is really mind-boggling.
And Fox 45 News reached out to the chief of DPW's communication department to find out if she was asked to be a part of the meeting, but so far we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. 3 months after that massive sinkhole, you see it right here, opened up. Look, they're standing down on the bottom of that. This was on North Avenue, destroying some homes. Construction still underway, and the road still closed. One of the affected homeowners is telling Fox 45 News that he feels the city's ignoring his calls for help. He says insurance denied his claim, telling him the city is at fault for building on top of an aging infrastructure, and that he tried reaching out to his councilman, Robert Stokes, but never heard back.
In my eyes, I shouldn't have to reach out to someone that I didn't cause this problem. Now, if it was my fault, oh, trust and believe, it would be a problem. But when it's on the city, you don't hear nothing. And it just, to me, it seems like they're just dragging their feet, and that's not right.
Fox 45 reached out to DPW. They tell us they were simply in charge of repairs, not reimbursing homeowners. They directed us to reach out to the mayor's office. So we sent questions to the mayor's office, but have not yet heard back.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Baltimore County leaders are addressing a crisis in Baltimore County classrooms, and parents are making those concerns heard. They spoke during a town hall meeting. Jen Lilly joins us live this morning with those ongoing calls for change.
And Taylor, we're talking about problems ranging in everything from transportation to school lunches to bullying and violence happening on school grounds. And so parents, teachers, and students are coming together saying this is an ongoing issue that needs to be addressed now.
No repercussions to the students doing anything. There's a lot of assault, like sexual assault, physical assault, anything. Students really don't care.
We're here to act as a voice, not just on behalf of my niece, but again, as I've indicated tonight, on behalf of a lot of other students, but can't because they're living in fear. Either they're cutting classes or they're just not going to school because nothing is being done by the school administration.
Well, last night's meeting was hosted by the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition, and it comes as this new video surfaces. Pastor Charles Neal, who you just heard from, says this chaos erupted at Perry Hall High. His 15-year-old niece holding a bat, he says, to protect herself from the bullies whose harassment he says she's endured for an entire year. But Rod McMillian was the only member of the Baltimore County School Board to attend last night's meeting, despite all school board members and the superintendent being invited. Meanwhile, we have reached out to Baltimore County Schools about the issue of violence multiple times in the past. Back in April, we did receive a statement from the superintendent saying that the school system is taking disciplinary action and also implementing social and emotional support to try to combat this problem. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. 5:37 now, and from your live center this morning, live look, Moscow. This is in Russia, where any moment now, Russian President Vladimir Putin is expected to make an announcement saying that his country is annexing occupied territory in Ukraine. After that vote, this comes as Ukrainian officials say a Russian strike in southeastern Ukraine just hours ago killed at least 23 people, wounding 28 others. Now, Russia did not immediately acknowledge the strike. Even Russia's closest allies like Serbia and Kazakhstan, while they are refusing to recognize the referendum results, that sham vote that they held. Still, officials in Kyiv, they're vowing to counter the annexation.
Ukraine cannot and will not tolerate any attempt by Russia to seize any part of our land.
Do not accept the sham referendum and any kind of annexation in Ukraine.
Well, the Finnish government also weighing in on the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipeline leaks, saying an unspecified government actor is suspected to sabotage those lines. Sweden saying that another leak was discovered, bringing the total number now to 4. There's a real understanding in Ukraine that Putin's annexation announcement and the pipeline leaks will change the course of this war. We'll bring you the latest from Russia and Ukraine when that signing happens. Violence continues to plague Baltimore City as one juvenile is hurt, another in custody. We question city leaders, their sense of urgency in fighting the crime. Plus, a cooler and cloudy day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how Hurricane Ian could impact your weekend plans. 5:39 is the time.
Welcome back. Time right now at 5:42 on your Friday morning. Looking out from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Overall, we've got nice conditions now. It is calm, a little bit breezy, and the clouds are rolling in as well. Starting to get some of that moisture from Ian, and we're going to see the rain that's going to impact us even later today. You're good to go right now if you want to get out for a run or a jog on your jogging cast. Temperature staying in the mid-50s, so we're dry now. But again, later this afternoon into the evening time is when that rain starts to roll in. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few.
Nearly 20 shootings in a week, the calls for change from city residents, and how leaders are responding.
Taking a live look now from Myrtle Beach this morning as we see Hurricane Ian starting to make its impact felt. We continue our coverage all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
We're following up on the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis getting an aerial tour of the damage. He spoke about homes washed away and infrastructure completely destroyed. CNN reporting at least 15 deaths in connection to this hurricane. DeSantis says rescue crews have not been finding large number of casualties. Many of the houses along the coast are vacation homes or seasonal residences. The state's First Lady thanked corporations and people across the country for donating to Florida's disaster fund. It's now up to $10 million.
We're able then to communicate those needs to those nonprofits on the ground so we can meet them quickly. And so these funds make a big difference to help micro-target what we're seeing. And again, when we are flying over Lee County and some of these areas that were just devastated, they are going to need things like foods and tarps and what have you. And so what is not being supplemented by the state, which is a lot, we will be able to do in the private sector.
Now, if you want to learn more or donate, go to floridadisasterfund.org, or you can text disaster to 20222.
All right, now we want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers here. Justin, we've been tracking this all week long, and now it's heading to the Carolinas. In fact, we're taking a live shot right there from Myrtle Beach on the left, and you can see the shade sails. You know, they're also on those white posts right there. Somebody needs to take them down because the hurricane's about to hit.
Yeah, exactly right, Tom, and that's what we're looking at here this morning. We are already seeing the impacts there from Ian along the Carolina coast. You can really kind of see that in the larger picture. There's where we are, and that ridge of high pressure to the north and to the west of us. That's helping to kind of steer this thing on shore. Also, we're seeing some showers in parts of southern Virginia, but mainly the Carolinas is what we're focusing on right now as this storm sits off the coast of Charleston. It is expected to make landfall sometime later today. That's the third landfall after it hit Cuba and then, of course, in Florida the other day. So this is the closer look. Hurricane warnings, storm surge warnings posted up and down the Carolina coast. Not much in the way of lightning. It's just that wind and the rain. We've seen some wind gusts that have been reported that have been pretty strong. In fact, you can see these wind gusts right now, and you can see all the way up to Raleigh and Wilmington, down through Charleston and Savannah, really seeing that strong wind along the Carolina coast. This is the update, 85-mile-an-hour wind. So this is back up to a hurricane with 105-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported. This is expected to make landfall just north of Charleston, right over to Georgetown. This is the area near Isle of Palms where Hugo hit back in the late 80s, and folks still talk about Hugo there. I lived in South Carolina for about 4 years, and people even then, when I was living there, were talking about Hugo. That was such a huge impact. This is going to be a large impact storm as well. Tracking up towards Charlotte by early Saturday morning, still hanging on to tropical storm characteristics because before it becomes a depression and then an area of low pressure that will bring the wind and the rain not only here to the Carolinas, but right here at home. And the impacts that we're going to see will begin by the time we get into late this afternoon. The wind is going to pick up. We're already seeing in our hourly future scan, a few of our weather models want to bring a few showers in by about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Notice from Laurel, just north of Annapolis, down through Easton and Denton, more of those showers start to stream into that 5, 6, 7 o'clock hour. So it's going to be a wet commute tonight. We're talking about steady rain, some pockets of heavy rain here and there. And then here's our future scan in terms of rainfall totals. Notice the numbers in the yellow area. That's where we're seeing the highest rainfall amounts, possibly on the eastern shore. So continuing to look at these weather models, excuse me, with about a good 1 to 2 and possibly 3 inches. Now, in terms of the wind gusts we're seeing right now, about 19 to 23 miles an hour from Annapolis up into Baltimore City. So it's already breezy to windy out there. And when you look at the future scan, this is what the wind's going to do today. It'll be that northeast wind at 20 to 25 miles an hour. Some stronger gusts late tonight into early tomorrow morning as that storm gets closer to us. Could see some 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts as well. So the wind and the rain, all of that we'll be tracking here in our area. This is a look at your 7-day forecast, and we've been telling you about it. It's going to be a wet weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. Spotty showers left over on Monday as that storm eventually starts to move off back out into the Atlantic, and then we start the drying process through the later part of next week. Tom?
And as Hurricane Ian recovery efforts continue in Florida, the American Red Cross is making an impact. Maryland and Virginia already have volunteers in the Sunshine State.
What we have on the ground right now are just over 500 volunteers and staff. So they mobilized this past weekend, not just the folks, but the resources, the materials, the vehicles, all of those things have been mobilized ahead of the storm.
Now, if you'd like to help out, you can donate directly on the Red Cross website, or you just text the word Ian to 90999. That will give you a $10 donation.
All right, now let's head over to traffic, taking a look at the Len Stoller Traffic Network. As you can see, those roads are pretty smooth there, except for I-695 near U.S. West on 40. You can kind of see it's backed up there. Not quite sure what's going on, but we'll check on that and give you an update in the next 15 minutes here. But let's go ahead and check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there for your commute start, you'll find a couple cancellations related to freight train congestion. Those cancellations are trains 840 and 841 on the Canada line of Mark. To avoid those, the Penn line might be a better bet for travel out there on Mark. If your ride is out there on the Canada line, also a delay, 843 train running 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. Light rail link, good news there. You'll find no single tracking today. We had that through a good part of the week, and it's just on time. Out there on Metro Subway Link, single tracking in 2 locations between Old Court and Owings Mills, and State Center and Johns Hopkins, all related to maintenance. Allow time for travel as you will incur a delay of about 10 to 15 minutes on Metro Subway Link. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Recovery efforts underway in Florida after Hurricane Ian leaves a path of destruction.
Taking a live look right now from Charleston this morning as Ian is starting to make landfall there. Our weather authority team continues tracking the storm all morning long. .54 and in your consumer news this Friday morning, a new reading of U.S. gross domestic product confirms the economy shrank during the second quarter of the year.
The data is reigniting debate about whether the U.S. is in a recession or if one's coming.
And national correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has a look at the numbers behind the debate and how they're impacting you.
A basic principle of economics playing out in real time. The market hates uncertainty. Stocks taking another hit Thursday with the three major indices in a bear market. Investors scrambling to find safe investments that will hold up against aggressive moves from the Federal Reserve, slowing the economy to lower inflation.
Until that happens, we're going to see, I think, a lot of volatility in the marketplace in all directions.
Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic and his colleagues at the Federal Reserve have tough calls to make. Do they wait and see how their aggressive interest rate hikes affect prices? Or do they charge ahead with more and risk slowing the economy into a recession?
We can't have a healthy economy. We can't have good labor markets over time unless we get back to price stability.
A third reading of second quarter GDP out Thursday confirms 2 consecutive quarters of decline, which is one definition of recession. Banks continue to adjust their assessments. Wells Fargo's latest is there's not a recession now, though it expects one early next year. But the Business Cycle Dating Committee at the National Bureau of Economic Research, widely considered the referee of recessions, looks at more than just GDP when making the call, factoring in things like the job market, which continues to prove resilience. Weekly jobless claims hitting a 5-month low, but the shortage of workers is fueling inflation. Wages are rising, but pay isn't keeping up with high prices, a fact that's central to Republican platforms less than 6 weeks till the midterm elections.
Our citizens' buying power after inflation is lower today than it was the moment President Biden put his hand on the Bible.
President Biden hitting back during a fundraiser Wednesday, saying if Republicans win in November, the first thing they'll do is repeal the Inflation Reduction Act, increase drug prices, and just go down the list. It's a fight to stabilize the economy and convince voters they're the party that can get it done. In Washington, I'm Atrel Nashar reporting.
Now, 6 red states are suing the Biden administration to try to halt its plans to forgive student loan debt for tens of millions of Americans. They're arguing President Biden can't use the pandemic to justify forgiveness since he declared it over in a month in an interview just this month. White House officials say they're confident it will survive those legal hurdles.
Well, in your national news, opening statements in the seditious conspiracy case against Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rhodes are expected to begin Monday. A jury was seated yesterday after days of questioning to avoid bias. 4 associates of Rhodes will also be standing trial. The stakes are high for the Department of Justice as it tries to prove Rhodes spent weeks rallying members of his far-right group to use violence in order to keep former President Trump in power. If convicted, they face up to 20 years behind bars.
Now, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas testified for several hours yesterday behind closed doors before the House Select January 6th committee. Now, Judy Thomas stood by false claims surrounding the 2020 election. Panel chairman Benny Thompson told reporters afterwards they're glad she came and it's a work in progress. The committee has been trying for months to speak with her. They want to know more about her communications between top Trump officials in the weeks after the election, including John Eastman, who came up with a theory that a vice president could overturn election results.
Her discussions and coordination and text messages to Mark Meadows, as well as specifically to John Eastman. She had conversations and was messaging John Eastman. We want to ask questions about that. We think that that's fair, and we plan to ask those questions of her.
At this point, the panel has interviewed more than 1,000 witnesses as part of its investigation. Thomas maintains her work as a conservative activist does not pose a conflict of interest to her husband. Thomas has been openly critical of the committee's work.
We're coming to the end of another violent week. Coming up, the changes people right here in the community are demanding from leaders.
Tonight, there'll be another forum to talk about creating a Johns Hopkins police force, despite last night's meeting getting shut down by protesters. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear from those who are both for and against the plan.
Rain showers, wind, all of that rolling in as we head into the weekend. The impacts from Ian here locally, we'll break it down for you on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
6 o'clock and Hurricane Ian is far from being over. On your top left and right there, beside your screen, you can see Ian's destruction, the aftermath, though, in Florida. High water rescue teams working nonstop to help those still flooded in their homes and cars.
Yeah, and bottom left, you can see people in South Carolina just preparing sandbags ahead of that rain, wind, and the rising tide expected from Hurricane Ian. And on your bottom right, our Weather Authority team's HD radar tracking Hurricane Ian's every step as it continues this morning. It's Friday, September 30th. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it is. It's the end of the month. We're starting a new month here tomorrow, but we need to find out exactly what effects Ian may have here in Maryland. We want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, take a look at the forecast.
Yeah, we've been talking about it all week, guys, and how those showers and the wind and the rain all going to be an issue as we head into the later part of today, but especially early tomorrow morning. That's when we'll see the heaviest rain here. As we take a look outside right now, our Towson camera looking good, but this is what I want to show you, the latest on Ian. Still about 145 miles southeast of Charleston, South Carolina, the center of that storm, but it's already impacting folks in North Carolina and up and down the South Carolina coast with that wind and the rain that continues to batter that area. So mostly cloudy and windy for us today. That rain moving in later today into early tomorrow. Could see a good 1 to 3 inches of possible rain by the time this thing is all done for the weekend. Looking outside right now, we're good to go. Mr. Bo says no issues on your morning commute with temperatures mainly in the mid-50s for the next couple of hours. And we'll talk about in the 60s here later this afternoon. But notice those numbers stay below average as we head into the weekend. We'll have a closer look at what we can expect on your full forecast in just a few.
All right, now heading over to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. You're looking at a live quad box of our traffic, as you can see, moving along, except there on I-65 at US 40 West. We will check on that and give you an update. Otherwise, things are moving pretty smoothly.
Well, now to a city in crisis. It's been a violent week in Baltimore with at least 18 people shot since Sunday.
More than half of those shootings happening just in the past 3 days.
Yeah, and we have live team coverage of the crime crisis plaguing Baltimore City. Just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with the ongoing debate to form a university police force at Johns Hopkins.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She's got more on urgent calls for leadership to take more action. Shannon.
And the key word there, Taylor, is urgency. That's what the community wants to see from leaders, an immediate response to this crime crisis, especially following the shooting right here at the Endowment bus loop. That is one of the city's busiest transportation hubs, and gunfire erupted there yesterday with someone shot on the bus.
All you can see is everyone surrounding the bus, and then all the police and everybody shut the whole station off.
Well, this happened at about 3 o'clock. MTA police say 2 juveniles were fighting on the bus when one pulled a gun and shot the other. Now, fortunately, though, Taylor and Tom, that young victim did survive.
Well, Shannon, this shooting comes a day after the city council hearing focused on the police department's crime-fighting strategies. Are they claiming there has been some progress?
Yeah, and that's a good point, Tom. They actually are. They're saying that the police department has been focusing on their western district, and they say the data shows that there has been some positive change in that area. But we pressed Councilman Mark Conway about when some of the other neighborhoods can feel that same relief. Take a listen to his response.
This is a very difficult task. We're dealing with violence in the city that we've been dealing with for multiple decades. We're not going to come in and change this overnight.
So Conway there admitting that it will take time, but he is confident that that change will come. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Fox 45 News questioning the city's new deputy mayor for public safety, Anthony Barksdale, about the recent crime. 560 people have survived shootings so far this year. Staggering number, and that's 36 more than the same time last year. Violent crime, one of the biggest concerns that we hear. And Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost brought those concerns right to Barksdale.
Today, Baltimore is 1 homicide under last year. We started the month at, I believe, 52 shootings, non-fatal. Today, we're at 38, maybe, so there's a reduction. I base how I view things on the data, and that data says that we're going in the right direction.
Is 1 homicide fewer, though, really something to praise?
1 homicide fewer means we're going the right way. Imagine if I was saying we're plus 22 or 20, whatever it was when I started. We're trending in the right direction. Of course, there's room for progress, so I'm not arguing with you on that point. But -1 is a start.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Baltimore City political leaders are ignoring the crime problem? So far, 97% of those who have voted say yes. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
As crime continues to be out of control in the city and is even bleeding onto Johns Hopkins University's campus, in an effort to combat the crime, the university is hoping to create its own police force, but it's being met with a whole bunch of criticism.
That's right. Olivia Dance joins us live now. Olivia, what can you tell us about this pushback?
Yeah, that's right. Tonight there is a virtual forum to talk about creating a Johns Hopkins police force right here on campus. But last night's meeting and the meeting before that were both shut down by protesters. University administrators were prepared to answer questions about their plans to form their own police department. And the armed police force would be dedicated to tackling the crime that's now creeping onto campus.
We're impacted by assaults, we're impacted by robberies, and even murders here on our East Baltimore campus. I have individuals who come here to work who are afraid to come from the parking garage into the building.
Hopkins already employs more than 1,000 private security workers, but this new police force, made up of about 100 officers, would have all the powers of a Baltimore City police officer. But the police force would agree to a number of measures, including complying with the city's consent decree, wearing body cameras, and only tackling minor crimes. However, protesters still have concerns.
There's already incidences of university police going beyond their reach. I know people personally have been discriminated.
and introducing guns into that equation is not a good idea.
And last night's meeting was held virtually, but some community members were allowed to come. But protesters still showed up and shut down the auditorium within 30 minutes. Back to you.
Olivia, we know some are frustrated and really don't want to see this police force, but at the same time, there are residents who came to the forum to learn more about it. What are they saying? Because I imagine this is frustrating for them as well.
Yeah, Taylor, great point. There were community members who came to this forum to try to learn more about the police force. And yeah, they tell us that they are frustrated. Take a listen.
I'm not going to say they're crazy. They've been misguided.
I respect their ability to protest and make their noise and do what they did. But let everybody else come out and have a voice at a town hall meeting.
And again, tonight's meeting will be held virtually, so we'll just have to wait and see if any progress is made. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
And we've looked at crime in areas JHU's police department that they would patrol. Now, the days after last week's forum was disrupted, a man was shot right by the East Baltimore Medical Campus. That was one of dozens of crimes just this year within the proposed patrol boundaries. You can see that reporting right now on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Lawyers for Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby filed a motion opposing a gag order in her federal trial.
Now, Mosby is facing 4 federal charges, 2 for perjury and 2 for making false statements on loan applications stemming from her purchase of 2 homes in Florida.
Yeah, prosecutors calling for a gag order after Mosby's defense attorney held a news conference following the hearing where the trial was postponed. Mosby's team claims a jury pool has already been infected, citing reporting from Fox 45 News. Now, you can find more on this latest filing on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
Hurricane Ian ruining the fun for everybody. Just ahead, the Fells Point Fun Fest. Is it happening or not?
Right now we're dry, but we are tracking rain later this afternoon and evening and into the weekend. All of the impacts from Ian right here. We'll talk about it on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. 6:11 is your time right now. Our HD radar not showing any rain showers from Ian headed our way, at least not right yet, but we are going to see them. You can already see them in Virginia Beach as well. We do have some coastal flood advisories to let you know about. Anne Arundel County and Calvert County, those expire early Sunday morning because we could see some inundation and some around high tide, some low level flooding. So just be aware of that. Obviously, folks who live near the water need to make sure to be extra careful as the storm coming in, bringing wind and rain for us here. Now, over the next couple of hours, we're dry. Your yard and gardening cast looking great later because Mother Nature going to be doing that rain, and it'll be that rain that we'll have throughout the weekend, doing the watering for you, I should say. We'll have another look at that full forecast coming up in a few. Taylor?
The Fells Point Fun Fest postponed this weekend because of wind and rain expected from Ian. Now, the new dates will likely be October 28th through the 30th. The Oceans Calling Music Festival in Ocean City also canceled this weekend because of Ian.
This could be the deadliest hurricane in Florida's history.
Just ahead, what President Biden is doing to help with cleanup efforts in Florida.
And Megan will be joining us live from Tampa Airport after the airport temporarily suspended operations due to the hurricane. We'll have her in just a few minutes.
Well, President Joe Biden declares a major disaster in parts of Florida to levy federal resources to those pummeled by the hurricane, covering 100% of the cost to clear debris and rebuild.
This could be the deadliest hurricane in Florida's history. The numbers are still unclear, but we're hearing early reports of what may be substantial loss of life. But we know many families are hurting. Many are hurting today, and our entire country hurts with them.
And more than 5,000 National Guardsmen are positioned to help rescue and clean up efforts. Now, the federal government may also include grants for temporary housing and home repairs, along with low-cost loans to cover uninsured property losses. President Biden opening up federal aid, though, for the state. Arguments of rebuilding have quickly turned political. Joining us now for this week's Washington Wrap, D.C. insider political commentator Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
Yeah, we were talking about the funds that are coming in now, unbelievable amounts, and we could see that. You say, okay, after a major catastrophic event, any of them, the Fed should be in there helping people rebuild quickly and get it. But there's also a lot of people saying that that's where you lose money because scammers come in and steal.
Well, what needs to happen, Tom, and that's an excellent point. You have a lot of fake charities that exist. Many people think that when you want to give money to these kinds of disasters, you go to the national organizations. What you should do is use the local Red Cross in places like Fort Myers and all across Florida where the storm has hit. You should also look at the zip codes where people have been hit the hardest, and also look for those charities and people who have been involved in giving money and resources to help uplift the people out of this crisis situation. I mean, when you look at the debris, the destruction, you ask yourself, how did anybody survive? And the fact that there have only been 4 casualties is just astounding. When you see the water, you see the wind, you see the electricity, it's just devastating. So you want to make sure that the resources get to the people quickly without some middle person taking advantage and scamming the public out of that money.
Yeah, and Armstrong, this morning we're hearing casualties now 11 to 15, but still others are arguing this is getting political pretty quick here, as they're saying, politicians are using this to talk about climate change, and others are using this to see maybe they're just trying to get their way into the White House.
Tom, that happens. They're not as concerned about the devastation and the loss of the way of life and what it takes to rebuild. Let's not forget that people in Louisiana with Katrina are still rebuilding almost a decade later. This is almost an endless cycle for people. And while you have people who have their own agenda, let's focus on people who really care about the welfare of the people who are still suffering in Florida. The storm is now in South Carolina, because these people are very wise and clever enough to differentiate who's for them and who's using them as some political tool to advance their political career. But for right now, we need to really focus on the devastation and giving help to those that are in dire need, and just in a deadly situation, and get them as help as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Hurricane 1 force right now, and it's growing. So, Armstrong, on a personal note, I know you have property in South Carolina. You concerned at all?
I'm fortunate. If my property is devastated, I'm going to be okay. There are people who are living in poverty, who suffered from this economy, the rising supply chain. They can't seem to get a break. These people are on the brink. I think that people like us and others should find a way to support and give whatever is necessary to people who are really struggling. I'm the last person you need to think about, but there are people that really are desperate and need that help, and we need to get it to them as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Armstrong.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, now we want to get another check with meteorologist Justin Chambers, and we're talking about the latest on Ian and where it is focused now. We're seeing Carolinas.
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. About 145 miles southeast of Charleston, South Carolina. It is expected to make an impact on Charleston, between Charleston and Myrtle Beach here in terms of landfall later today. We're not seeing any rain right now, but we will, however, see the rain even later today and especially tomorrow. We're already seeing some cloud cover and that wind that is out there. Here's a look right now at the HD radars. We zoom in a little bit closer. Some of the outer bands affecting Wilmington, North Carolina, and down into Charleston. As we get closer, we're already seeing storm surge warnings, and we have the potential storm surge there anywhere from 4 to 7 feet, possibly even higher as it gets closer to Myrtle Beach and Charleston at this time. So this is a look at some of the wind gusts that we've seen just over the last 15 or 20 minutes. About 30 and 40 mile an hour wind gusts. Those are tropical storm strength winds, but we know as that hurricane gets closer, we'll see that wind that will continue to pick up. Currently 85 miles an hour. That's the sustained wind speeds with gusts up to 105. It's moving northeast at about 9 miles an hour. It's going to make a northwesterly shift, and this is what we're talking about right around Georgetown, South Carolina. And by 2 o'clock this afternoon, that's when it's expected to make landfall. Then it is going to track up towards Charlotte, eventually an area of low pressure and a tropical depression in Roanoke by later tomorrow. And obviously, we're tracking the impacts here for us at home because we're going to have all of this wet weather as Ian moves into the mid-Atlantic region. This is our hourly future scan. So we're dry through about 2 o'clock. Then we'll start to see those showers roll in from the south. And as we get into about 3, 4, 5 p.m., look at all that rain that's going to spread into our area into your Friday night. So this is a little earlier than what we looked at with yesterday's model runs. Now we're seeing some of those impacts as early as tonight. In terms of rainfall totals, this takes us all the way through Sunday. Notice where the heavier rain, we're looking at potentially 2 to 3 inches out toward the eastern shore. Most of us in Cockeysville, Baltimore, Baltimore, Columbia, areas in Baltimore counties will see about 1 inch to possibly 2 inches. And it's beneficial rainfall. We've been pretty dry, so we're not looking at any major flooding issues. Now, the wind is also going to be an issue. We're still seeing some 18 and 20 mile an hour gusts here this morning, but look at what happens when we take our future scan forward. This is noon today, 20 to 25 mile an hour wind from the northeast. And then as we head into later afternoon and into tonight, especially through tomorrow morning, we'll have those peak wind gusts anywhere from 20 to 25 to possibly 30 miles an hour. So if you have those Halloween decorations up, if you got the flags up, go ahead and probably bring those in for the weekend also because of all this rain. Kind of the larger picture here showing us the heaviest rain early tomorrow morning right there through Baltimore down into Annapolis and areas around central Maryland. Tomorrow after about 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, still some leftover showers. May get some breaks here and there, but that rain's going to stay with us through Sunday as well. And even into Monday of next week, still some leftover showers. Temperatures are going to be well below average with the rain and the cloud cover, mainly 60s all the way through next week. We don't dry out until about Wednesday and Thursday. Let's check in on mass transit. Mark Clark with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden train 845 operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains look good as far as delays are concerned. Of course, we're still working with those cancellations on the Camden line due to freight train congestion. Train 840 and train 841 on the Camden line not operating. The Penn line might be a better bet for travel to avoid those cancellations. Out there on Light Rail Link, good news there. No more single tracking or maintenance on time service at present on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link, however, dealing with single tracking in 2 locations between Old Court and Owings Mills and between State Center and Johns Hopkins as maintenance continues on Metro Subway Link. Allow time for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Art Jones.
Violence in Baltimore County schools. Coming up, what parents, teachers, and students are saying about it and what they want school leadership to do.
I'm Megan Gilland in Tampa Bay, where the word canceled that you see posted all across the board here is expected to change here this morning. We're going to let you know the flights coming in and out of this area and up and down the West Coast.
Right now, cleanup is underway in Tampa. Now, people there avoided some catastrophic damage from Hurricane Ian, but there is still lots of work to be done.
Megan Gillen is joining us now as businesses there preparing to open and people really trying to just fly or travel, right, Megan?
Exactly. We're live here at Tampa International Airport, and Tom and Taylor, for the first time since Tuesday night, the doors are opening. Come on in. Starting at 10 o'clock this morning, we're going to see flights resuming. I'm going to show you the board right now, and this is pretty terrifying. If you've ever flown on a plane, this is the last thing you want to see. As we look up here, you're going to see a lot of red. It is canceled across the board right now. But again, that's early this morning. This afternoon, things are going to be changing. 10 o'clock, that first flight. And for many people who evacuated during Hurricane Ian, this is their first time, guys, to get home, see what Ian might have done. And this is what some of them could find.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Check out this video a neighbor shared with us showing the moment this giant tree came crashing down on Francis Avenue.
Yeah, our daughter said the ground shook. Wow. I mean, I've never seen a tree that big down in the middle of the street.
We also found some minor flooding on Davis Island and several down power lines, leaving many still in the dark. But today, there is a sense of relief.
I feel a tremendous amount of guilt, probably just me, and gratitude. And we're going to go help family and friends.
You know, here in Tampa, just driving from our hotel to the airport this morning, the roads were clear, no flooding, no trees down. They're really starting to clean up. Obviously, power's on here. We've got people actually trickling in to the airport already this morning for that first flight at 10 a.m. And while things are back up and running here, guys, we're going to keep an eye on the board throughout the morning because we know our neighbors to the south could be having some trouble here. Obviously, not opening up. We're going to watch the board and see how things are shaping up on the west coast of Florida as the morning continues. For now, live in Tampa Bay, I'm Megan Gillen. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Megan.
Thank you, Megan.
Now, rain from Ian moving in later today. Here, meteorologist Justin Chambers is set to know us how long it will last and how much we're expecting to see.
We're finally learning what may have caused Baltimore's contaminated water crisis, but there's still unanswered questions. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain why, plus hear from city leaders. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. This is September 30th. It's the final day of September. And we are, of course, wrapping it up with some rain.
Yeah, rain headed our way, but really Hurricane Ian continues this morning. You're taking a live look right there from Myrtle Beach, and it's heading towards the Carolinas. And we have live shots there as residents preparing for that storm to hit later today.
Yeah, and you can see this shot right here as it's starting to rain, and that storms are just starting to build up, but we'll have to wait and see the full impacts of that in the Carolinas today. But Justin Chambers in the Weather Center with a full timeline. What can we expect today?
Well, we're already seeing those outer rain bands. We've seen that for the last couple hours, guys. So it's been raining there. We continue to see the potential storm surge warnings. Hurricane warnings are posted there as well with this Category 1 storm about 140 miles off the coast of Charleston, South Carolina. Let's zoom in a little bit closer. And you can see how those heavy rain showers from Jacksonville and Wilmington, North Carolina, all the way down through Myrtle Beach and into Charleston, which is what we're seeing right now. So they've been seeing this for the last few hours, and that rain continues to fall. Obviously, our next weather maker is the remnants from Ian that will be moving into our area later this afternoon and evening, and especially early tomorrow morning. That's when we're expecting to see the heaviest rain here. So mostly cloudy and windy today. As I mentioned, the rain this afternoon and evening could see a good 2 to 3 inches of rain possible by the time this weekend is all over. You're seeing the cloud cover out there right now in Towson. Everything is dry and cool right now. Mr. Bo says no issues on your morning drive this morning. However, that evening commute could get a little dicey with some of the rain rolling in. And we'll top out in the 60s today, staying in the 60s basically for the next couple of days. Those numbers below average with the rain showers and the wind that will be with us. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Now to a city in crisis, more criticism for DPW. The city's council second hearing holding the Department of Public Works accountable for the handling of the E. coli water contamination that happened in West Baltimore.
Council members, of course, asking where the contamination came from and why the public was not told sooner.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning. She has more on the hearing and how some city leaders say it could have been handled better. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, at the hearing, the Department of Public Works finally gave some answers as to what may have caused the E. coli contamination. But city council members still have questions about the lack of communication. Now, the department believes several factors may have contributed to the water crisis, blaming Baltimore's aging infrastructure.
What this shows is that there are multiple factors that came together to create a scenario that likely contributed to the contamination in the area of impact. The large mains being out of service was the root cause, the Kirk Avenue valve repair, and the sinkhole on North Avenue.
DPW says those problems compromising the water line led DPW to shut off the Vernon pump station, reverting supply from the area of impact to Lake Ashburton, where a sinkhole there lowered the chlorine levels in the water. But city council members also held the hearing to better understand the failures of communication that occurred. DPW first tested the water at the start of September, and they've been criticized for not informing the public sooner. But DPW's communications department wasn't even at the meeting.
Well, this whole situation was a failure of communications. So had the communications department properly communicated to the public immediately and done so in the way that they do on many other things, we wouldn't have been here today. I mean, something does not add up. Why wouldn't the people who were so active and involved in this situation from the start, and also all the communication to the public, why they wouldn't be here is really mind-boggling.
And Fox 45 News reached out to the chief of DPW's communication department to find out if she was asked to be a part of the hearing, but so far we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Baltimore County leaders are addressing the crisis in Baltimore County classrooms, and parents are making their concerns heard during this most recent town hall.
Yeah, Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the ongoing calls for change from parents and students. Shannon?
Yeah, and Tom, we're talking problems ranging from everything from school lunches to transportation to bullying and violence on school grounds. And now parents, teachers, and students are coming together, calling this an ongoing issue that needs to be addressed now.
No repercussions to the students doing anything. There's a lot of assault, like sexual assault, physical assault, anything. Students really don't care.
We're here to act as a voice, not just on behalf of my niece, but again, as I've indicated tonight, on behalf of a lot of other students, but can't because they're living in fear. Either they're cutting classes or they're just not going to school because nothing is being done by the school administration.
Well, last night's meeting hosted by the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition comes as this new video surfaces. Pastor Charles Neal, who you just heard from, says this chaos erupted at Perry Hall High. His 15-year-old niece holding that bat, he says, to protect herself from the bullies whose harassment he says she's endured for an entire year. But Rod McMillian was the only member of the Baltimore County School Board to attend last night's meeting, despite all school board members and the superintendent being invited. Meanwhile, we have reached out to the school district many times about this violence issue inside school buildings, and we did receive a response back in April from the superintendent. He says they are taking disciplinary action and they're also providing social and emotional support to try to combat this. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
The family of Hayman Lee filing an appeal in the decision to vacate murder conviction of Anad Syed. Just ahead, why they're disagreeing with Syed's release.
Staying dry and cool before what's left of Ian impacts us in Maryland this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers let us know just how much rainfall we're expected to see here.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
I think they're happy.
A sign life is returning to normal. These dolphins seem to be quite chipper after Ian cleared out of the Tampa region. Now to Abingdon, Virginia, and other members of the animal kingdom. This toad was spotted keeping cozy under some moss.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
The family of Hayman Lee is filing an appeal over the decision to vacate the family's right to meaningfully participate in the hearing that secured Syed's release was violated. Now, Syed is now under home detention. Prosecutors emphasize they're not saying he's innocent, but they want a new trial in the interest of fairness. Now, joining us live now to discuss this appeal, Kurt Nachman, he's a criminal defense attorney not associated with this case. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Now, there's been a lot of motion in this case. I mean, as of recent, what do you make of this appeal? I mean, especially as it comes from the victims, the family.
Yeah, the victims do actually have a right to meaningfully participate in any sentencing or post-sentencing proceeding under the Victims' Rights Statute in the state of Maryland. What's not really clear is what level of notice the court and the state's attorney's office is required to give them in either a trial setting or in a post-sentencing type hearing.
Now, what could come out of this appeal?
So the Court of Special Appeals will be who hears this, and it'll happen sometime later on. They could, two options, they could uphold the court's decision, or they could remand the case back to the Circuit Court for Baltimore City for a new hearing.
Okay, let's just go back here a little bit. So they're saying they feel like their rights were violated in this most recent move. Can you get into more of where that's coming from?
The Maryland Criminal Procedure article has a special victims' rights statute. In very short, it's a very long statute. It has a lot of different parts and subparts, but in very short form, the victim has a right to attend every proceeding that the defendant has a right to attend. Okay. The victim of any crime.
Okay, understood. So we've got about 3 weeks left now to decide these next steps. We don't know what's next for Als Ice, but do you think this could impact the fate of him either staying out or going back to prison?
That's interesting because the state's attorney's office ultimately has the decision as to whether or not to prosecute or not prosecute. In other words, if they decide to dismiss the charges against him, it would probably render the appeal moot. So it may leave the victim's family sort of hanging, in terms of their interest in having justice served. The other thing that's interesting is the state's attorney's office has indicated that they're waiting to see what happens with some DNA testing. Well, we all know that there has been extensive DNA testing already done at the request of the defendant through his previous counsel. They've tested extensively and nothing exonerative has come forward. So it'll be interesting to compare those results with the results that Marilyn Mosby finds.
All right, and I'm just wondering, do you think a new trial will be scheduled by Marilyn Mosby, the city state's attorney, in the coming weeks?
Well, a new trial won't be scheduled until sometime into next year, but the decision as to whether or not to move forward, I expect that the judge is going to require that within the next 30 days.
Okay, we'll look out for that. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Now, caught on camera, the moment showing a sheer power of water produced by Hurricane Ian. Oh my gosh, take a look at that. And residents in Florida cleaning up after Hurricane Ian. Just ahead, how some people helped a green sea turtle during their cleanup process. Already here in your morning rush, that bucket of ice you poured on yourself like 8 years ago might be paying off. Remember this? The Als Ice Bucket Challenge took over social media back in 2014. The goal was to raise awareness of Lou Gehrig's disease. Now, the FDA has approved a new therapy for that disease. The drug is still in its experimental phase, but it's known to slow the devastating paralysis of ALS.
Well, caught on camera, you're about to see the sheer power of water produced by Hurricane Ian. Yeah, that was coming through the wrong side of the door, right? That door normally swings open. It just busted it right through. A video was taken in Naples, Florida, an apartment building. The man who recorded the video said the water broke the door down as it rose above his head and carried him up the stairs. Force then tried to drag him back down, which he resisted by holding on to the rail.
It looks like a bomb went off here, to be honest with you. It's beyond what I thought was capable of happening.
Yeah, well, the hurricane obviously ravaging central Florida before moving in the Atlantic Ocean and now strengthening back up to a hurricane status is expected to make another landfall South Carolina near Charleston or up towards North Carolina at some point today. Yeah, just unbelievable seeing that force of water coming through.
Yeah, Mother Nature is no joke, man.
Yeah, I mean, Justin, we're starting to see all these videos now coming out of the destruction in Florida. So you think, oh my goodness, that's a hurricane size 4. Now it's a 1. You're like, it's not going to be that bad.
We talk about it all the time, Tom and Taylor. You know, you cannot focus on the number of the category. And, there's been a lot of talk in the meteorologist community about the messaging getting out, saying, oh, this category 1, category 2, things like that. People definitely think, oh, it's just a 1. I'm not going to have an issue. But then when you think about storm surge, you think about wind, you think about all of that damage, it could just cause as much damage a 2 can as a 5, and sometimes even worse, depending on how it hits and how long it sticks around. There's so many different factors that go into it. So this is now still a category 1 storm. Remember, yesterday we were potentially talking about a tropical storm hitting South Carolina, but it is actually Hurricane Ian, still about 140 miles southeast of Charleston, up toward Wilmington, North Carolina. We're seeing those outer bands of the rain and the wind that's already picking up here along the South Carolina coast. There's Myrtle Beach right there, so it's expected to head right toward Georgetown in terms of where that eye hits, but all the folks there along the low country in South Carolina are going to be impacted by the storm and all the way up toward North Carolina as well. Look at some of the wind gusts right now, 30 to 40 miles an hour. We'll see those stronger gusts here as that storm continues to approach. Officially still hanging out in the ocean with 85-mile-an-hour winds, and the wind gusts at about 105 miles an hour. Expected for landfall about 2 o'clock this afternoon. That's what I mentioned right there in Georgetown, up toward Florence and continuing up toward Roanoke as a tropical depression by tomorrow afternoon. We are going to see the impacts of the storm later today. We're already seeing that cloud cover. You can kind of already feel outside that moisture that is in the air with temperatures right now that are in the 50s. This is a look at our hourly future scan. More of those rain showers starting to move in. After about 2 o'clock, you're going to start to see them in Annapolis, Stevensville, down through Easton and Denton and the eastern shore. That's going to continue to track from the north to the south, from the south to the north, right up the Chesapeake and into areas in Baltimore City and County by the time we head into the afternoon and evening time tonight. Now, the heaviest rain still looking to come in by the time we get into early tomorrow morning, but our rainfall totals for this storm anywhere from 1 to 2 to possibly even some 3-inch numbers by the time we get through Sunday afternoon, and possibly even more to come as we head into early next week. We do have coastal flood advisories posted for Anne Arundel County. The wind also going to pick up later today at 20 to 25 and 30 miles an hour, especially late tonight into early tomorrow morning. So that wind speed from the north and the northeast, that's where it's going to be coming from as the storm gets closer. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast. Temperature staying in the 60s here with those below average numbers all the way through the weekend. It will be wet and windy for that Ravens game on Sunday, and then we eventually dry out next week.
Alrighty, here is a little bright spot, and there really aren't many when we're thinking about Ian. A little sea turtle was saved from the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. Residents there in Key West were cleaning up near a boat dock when they came across a green sea turtle. It was buried under a foot of seaweed. This little guy is currently being treated at the Turtle Hospital in Marathon. And guess what his name is? Ian.
We found him in the seaweed while we were cleaning the seaweed off the boat here.
Now, although Key West missed the brunt of Ian's strength, it was pummeled with strong winds, rain, and high tides, and of course, storm surge there as well.
Well, Ian's making its way again for another landfall. The best way to combat the upcoming rains we will have. Stop first and just enjoy a coffee break.
The White House is under fire this morning for how it's responding to President Biden's latest gaffe.
Yeah, reporters are asking if there's a lack of transparency and cooperation, though it's not the first of such questions for President Biden or the previous one.
Sinclair's chief political correspondent Scott Thunman shows us why.
At the White House, a president's team welcoming a slight rebound in the polls, but also playing a bit of cleanup after the president's most recent gaffe, calling on the late Congresswoman Jackie Walorski, who died this summer in a car crash.
Senator Braun, Senator Booker, Representative Jackie, are you here? Where's Jackie? I didn't think she was going to be here.
The press asking if that mention was part of the president's prepared remarks or an ad lib.
She was on top of mind. I mean, that is not an unusual scenario there.
But continued to probe about Biden's abilities.
These moments of confusion are happening with the streets.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. There are Americans are watching this and are having concerns. What do you say to that? This is a legitimate question. We need to have some answers.
Though some also calling it a transparency issue. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's spokesperson tweeted, "Just admit he misspoke. Good grief." Transparency part of the press's argument, something the previous White House press secretary promised.
His objective and his commitment is to bring transparency and truth back to government, to share the truth even when it's hard to hear.
That vow made in light of missteps by Biden's predecessor.
I'm the most transparent president probably in the history of this country.
But Trump's cryptic, sometimes contradictory handling of elections results to the severity of COVID. Even his own tax returns proved problematic on that front, too. Though that hasn't stopped Trump or Republicans from highlighting any Biden stumbles as a way to raise questions about his age or competency, a tax that will likely only increase if he decides to run again. On Capitol Hill, I'm Scott Thuman.
Well, switching now to the former president, Donald Trump's legal team will not have to comply with an order to approve the inventory of documents seized from Mar-a-Lago.
The order had Trump's legal team in a bind because of Trump's previous claims the FBI planted evidence during that initial raid.
Now, if Trump's lawyers said the inventory was accurate, they would have been contradicting Trump while also acknowledging the presence of classified materials.
And Trump's lawyers said the order wasn't beyond the scope of the special master's authority.
Well, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas appearing before the House panel investigating the January 6th insurrection.
Yeah, Judy Thomas is a conservative activist, and she agreed to the voluntary interview. The committee claiming for months they tried to speak with her. They say they want to know more about her communication with top Trump officials in the weeks after the election, including John Eastman, who came up with the theory that a vice president could overturn election results.
Her discussions and coordination and text messages to Mark Meadows as well as specifically to John Eastman. She had conversations and was messaging John Eastman. We want to ask questions about that. We think that that's fair, and we plan to ask those questions of her.
Now, Thomas did not stop to answer any questions from reporters as she walked into the Capitol, but says she's looking forward to answering the committee's questions head on. Her attorney had last said weeks ago Thomas was eager to clear up the misconceptions about her work surrounding the 2020 election.
We continue tracking Hurricane Ian as it's traveling up the East Coast. What South Carolinians are doing to get ahead of any possible destruction.
We're coming to the end of another violent week. Coming up, the changes that people right here in the community want to see.
Rain from Ian and the wind as well picking up later today, getting into our weekend. We'll break it all down for you on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 7 o'clock on this Friday, September 30th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart.
Yeah, and of course, all eyes still on Ian this morning.
Absolutely. We're still tracking that path, and let's send it straight over to Justin Chambers with an update.
Well, good morning, Taylor and Tom. Taking a look outside, we want to see what's going on right now. And we've got the cloud cover that's already rolling in, but we are tracking what is now a Category 1 hurricane, Ian, that is just off the coast of South Carolina. You can see all of the outer rain bands continuing to track into North Carolina, all the way down through South Carolina. As we pull in a little bit closer here on our radar, we are seeing some of the heavier rain bands. The storm surge warnings are posted. The hurricane warnings are posted. Folks in the low country there and up and down the Carolina coast, up into North Carolina, getting ready for this storm. The impact will continue to be strong, even if
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
In a city in crisis, another attempt at a town hall meeting on a proposed police force at Johns Hopkins University ending in protest once again. People marched through the auditorium, preventing the university from communicating much of their message in the first place. This morning, we're joined by City Council member Odette Ramos. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's get into this. What is your reaction to the scene that played out yesterday? I mean, it's the same thing we saw last week.
Well, I think there's a lot of strong feelings about this particular issue. It's a polarizing issue, and, you know, a lot of people have a lot to say. And, you know, that's what we're seeing. This is something that I know a lot of my constituents around the Homewood campus and on the Homewood campus are concerned about. In particular, the Johns Hopkins police being in the neighborhoods, not just on the campus. Right now, the MOU says that based on the boundaries, if you're in those boundaries and you call 911, you could get JHU police or you could get BPD. And there are a few other concerns as well. Obviously, I think the students are concerned about police brutality and also, you know, proper training. And given the history of Hopkins in our communities, that's also a concern.
And we know other communities, other universities rather, here in the city and beyond have police forces. Is that anything that your constituents mentioned when they, I guess, expressed their concern of having more police in the area?
Well, the universities that have police, first of all, they are public universities, so there's public accountability to those. And also the boundaries are very different. They have to stay on their campus. And that's not the case the way that the state law that enabled Johns Hopkins to create this. If there is an MOU, or excuse me, memorandum of understanding, those boundaries are in the communities. So I think there's some vast differences between the two.
Yesterday, there was supposed to be a memorandum of understanding meeting at City Hall. Now, that was canceled. You withdrew the resolution over logistical issues. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
I think that the purpose of the resolution was to have a conversation so that council members can understand the MOU and the public. The city council does not have any power to say yes or no on this MOU. And so I think that, you know, it was probably better that my various colleagues who want to have that information would be able to seek it out. You know, I think that because we don't have power on it, I didn't want to confuse people as to what we were trying to do that day. So I think there's a lot that's involved here. I do want to have a public meeting outside of City Hall, and something that I can make sure that we have everybody's voices. Right. And because there are a lot of people, more than just the students that you saw last night, that are
opposed to it. It's an entire community, absolutely. People, your constituents, students as well. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Ramos. We will continue to follow this issue as it seems to continue developing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Cleanup is now underway in Tampa while residents there avoided catastrophic damage from Hurricane Ian. There's a lot to be done.
Oh, yeah, and a lot of traveling is on hold. Megan Gillen is there with how businesses are preparing to open. And Megan, have you seen anybody being able to come back in, though, to see even some of those neighborhoods that have been wiped out?
Oh, for the neighborhoods, or do you mean to the airport?
To the airport, yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing cars now coming in. Actually, if you look right here, we've got some people unloading their trunks right here. And this is exciting. It's signs of life. It's signs of hope, signs that we're getting back to normal here in Tampa. Here we are for the first time since Tuesday evening, watching these doors open. It's at 10 o'clock this morning that the first flight will be coming in and out of this area. And taking a look at the boards, just 5 minutes ago, we had some developments. I know we talked to you guys about an hour ago, and it said the red cancel everywhere. Now, Still not great, but we've got a couple up here. We've got 3 in the yellow blinking right there. So exciting news to see that we're going somewhere from here. I know many people who evacuated during Hurricane Ian are now coming back to Tampa to see what's left of their homes, if there's damage. And this is what some of them could find. Take a look.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Check out this video a neighbor shared with us showing the moment this giant tree came crashing down on Francis Avenue.
Yeah, our daughter said the ground shook.
Wow. I mean, I've never seen a tree that big down in the middle of the street.
We also found some minor flooding on Davis Island and several down power lines, leaving many still in the dark. But today, there is a sense of relief.
I feel a tremendous amount of guilt, probably just me, and gratitude. And we're going to go help family and friends.
Well, back here at the airport, you can see some of those people still trickling in right here. And while things are back up and running, seemingly so in this area, we know our neighbors to the south, it's going to be quite some time for them. We're going to keep an eye on the board. Again, we see a couple coming in and out right now, 3 arrivals right now, but we'll see how this is shaping up for them on the west coast of Florida, if there's any improvement there. We'll keep you posted. For now, live in Tampa Bay, I'm Megan Gilland. Back to you.
Thank you, Megan.
Thank you. Now we're taking a live look now over Charleston, South Carolina, where Ian is projected to make landfall today.
Yeah, we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. And how do you predict the storm will impact the Carolinas? And what does it mean for the weather moving up for us this weekend?
Yeah, we're going to start to see the wind and the rain in our neighborhoods as early as this afternoon, guys. And we are definitely tracking that storm. It's still a Category 1 hurricane. As we zoom in a little bit closer, you can see the outer bands are affecting parts of North Carolina and South Carolina. I believe we have a shot up from areas just south of Wilmington. You can see just how high that surf is. Earlier, Tom and I were looking at this. There are a few surfers out there, which of course we never advise folks to go out and try to surf. I know a lot of surfers like to do that when we get the waves this high, but it's just simply not safe. And we're going to continue to see more of those pounding waves and all of that rain. We've got hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings for the low country there in South Carolina and North Carolina. 40-mile-an-hour gusts just reported there in Charleston up toward Wilmington, so that wind is starting to pick up as the center of the storm will get closer. We'll get an update from the National Hurricane Center about 40 minutes from right now, but currently 85-mile-an-hour winds. Expected landfall at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Tracking up toward Roanoke as a tropical depression by Saturday, and that is going to impact all of us because we'll have that southerly flow here, that wind coming from the northeast around the top of that system. Here's a look at our hourly future scan. You can see this what I was talking about 2, 3 o'clock. Some of you on the eastern shore, Annapolis, up into Baltimore, will start to see that rain, and tracking through tonight, the heaviest rain expected early tomorrow morning. Now, it's going to impact all of us. They've already canceled some things. Ravens game, it's still on. It's Sunday. It's going to be wet. There's no doubt about that, with temps staying in the 60s.
To me, it seems like they're just dragging their feet, and that's not right.
North Avenue residents remain frustrated with city council members why an insurance company is denying claims and blaming the city's infrastructure.
And we're at the Annunciation Cathedral this morning, all about the 50th annual Greek Fest. We'll be talking about the history, the fashion. This is what we call an F-zone. This information and more, wine, food, information that's going down this morning. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
All right, it's so Baltimore, and it's back by popular demand. The 50th annual Greek Food and Wine and Culture Festival returns.
Yeah, it's the oldest Greek festival in Maryland, held at the First Greek Orthodox Church. And that's where we find Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live in northwest of Baltimore with a preview of the events. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. I'm with Michael. Michael is the architect of entertainment. He's making it happen. So, Michael, you're taking us through all this. What's going on? It's not this weekend. It's next weekend. What's going on?
We got the Greek Festival next weekend. We're going to have great Greek food, and with that, you're going to have some great Greek white wines that were brought in from Greece, and some fabulous red wines to go with the lamb shanks and the other meat. And then we got our specialty cocktails. We have the Dirty Evzone right here in the middle, which is named after, of course, the Evzone warrior, ancient Greek warrior, who's not dirty. He's clean, so this is dirty. We've got the Mastika Mule and my favorite, the Ouzo lemonade. So I'm going to make you a quick Ouzo lemonade.
All right, well, let's do it.
Let's do it.
And Michael just got back from Greece, so he's got a lot of great ideas.
I got it down pat. So you see I'm using my ancient measuring technique my father passed on to me. It's the 3-finger rule. If you want it this way, it's 3 fingers. If you really want a good one, you turn the fingers this way, and there you go.
That's history. That's heritage right there.
I hit it with a little lemonade, a little shot of simple syrup. Let's stir it by dropping in a cup. Garnish with another lemon. Oop. Garnish with another lemon.
Look at this.
A little mint.
Michael?
A little mint.
Well, for the ancestors. Good morning, everyone. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, like you said, Tom.
That's it. There we go.
Was there a Greek?
Oh, Sia.
Sia.
Yeah, all right.
We forgot that part.
Cheers with our coffee here. Literally for me. Mark Clark with Be More Lifestyle.
We got a lot of...
Thank you so much.
Getting the party started there. If you'd like some more information about how you can party there with Mark at the church, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Our next weather maker is on the way. Rain and wind from Ian moving in by this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking it all down in his full weather forecast just ahead.
We're finally learning what may have caused Baltimore's contaminated water crisis, but there's still unanswered questions. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain why, plus hear from city leaders.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We continue this morning with coverage of Hurricane Ian. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis got an aerial tour of the devastation left behind. He spoke about homes washed away and infrastructure destroyed. CNN's reported at least 15 deaths in connection to Ian. DeSantis says rescue crews have not been finding large numbers of casualties. Many of houses along the coast are vacation homes or seasonal residents. The state's First Lady thanked corporations and people across the country for donating to Florida and their disaster relief fund. It's now up to $10 million.
We're able then to communicate those needs to those nonprofits on the ground so we can meet them quickly. And so these funds make a big difference to help micro-target what we're seeing. And again, when we are flying over Lee County and some of these areas that were just devastated, they are going to need things like foods and tarps and what have you. And so what is not being supplemented by the state, which is a lot, we will be able to do in the private sector.
Now, if you want to learn more or donate, go to floridadisasterfund.org. or you can text disaster to 20222. Alrighty, thanks for joining us this Friday, September 30th. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's going to be here tracking Ian for us. He's been doing it all week as it heads to the Carolinas. This is the live look from Charleston, South Carolina, there on the left, and what things are looking like for them.
Yeah, we were going to continue to track that, Tom and Taylor. Good morning to both of you. Moving into the next couple of hours, this storm will continue to get closer to land and will continue to have widespread impacts. You can see nothing here locally. You can definitely feel that moisture when you step outside. I just went out a moment ago. Definitely a lot more cloud cover, and that wind's going to pick up for us here. But obviously, the focus right now is Ian's landfall that's going to be here more than likely within the next couple of hours, close to Charleston, South Carolina, and then moving up toward Myrtle Beach as well. But our next weather maker is going to be the remnants from Ian, rolling right here into the mid-Atlantic starting later today and throughout most of tomorrow as well. Right now, it's good outside. In fact, calm conditions, a little bit of a wind. Temperatures are mainly in the mid-50s over the next couple of hours, so heading out for your commute or getting the kids to school, note that we are dry. However, later today, already going to start to see some rain. We'll take a closer look at that in just a few. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to a city in crisis, more criticism for DPW. In the City Council's second hearing holding the Department of Public Works accountable for handling of the E. coli water contamination that was happening in West Baltimore.
Now, council members asking where the contamination came from and why the public was not told sooner.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning. She has more on the hearing and how some city leaders say it could have been handled a little bit better. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, at the hearing, the Department of Public Works finally gave some answers as to what may have caused the E. coli contamination, but city council members still have questions about the lack of communication. Now, the department believes that several factors may have contributed to the water crisis, blaming Baltimore's aging infrastructure.
What this shows is that there are multiple factors that came together to create a scenario that likely contributed to the contamination in the area of impact. The large mains being out of service was the root cause, the Kirk Avenue valve repair, and the sinkhole on North Avenue.
DPW says those problems compromising the water line led DPW to shut off the Vernon pump station, reverting supply from the area of impact to Lake Ashburton, where a sinkhole there lowered the chlorine levels in the water. But city council members also held the hearing to better understand the failures of communication that occurred. DPW first tested the water at the start of September, and they've been criticized for not informing the public sooner. But DPW's communications department wasn't even at the hearing.
Well, this whole situation was a failure of communications. So had the communications department properly communicated to the public immediately and done so in the way that they do on many other things, we wouldn't have been here today. I mean, something does not add up. Why wouldn't the people who were so active and involved in this situation from the start, and also all the communication to the public, why they wouldn't be here is really mind-boggling.
And Fox 45 News reached out to the chief of DPW's communication department to find out if she was asked to be a part of these hearings, but unfortunately so far we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 3 months after a massive sinkhole. Look at this. There's people down there. Look at how deep that is and massive it is. Yeah, it was supposed to be open on North Avenue, destroying some homes, and construction is still underway after that happened. The road still closed. One of the affected homeowners telling FOX45 he feels the city is ignoring his calls for help. He says his insurance was denied. And his insurance company denied his claim, telling him the city is at fault for building on top of aging infrastructure. He says he tried reaching out to his councilman, Robert Stokes, but never heard back.
In my eyes, I shouldn't have to reach out to someone that I didn't cause this problem. Now, if it was my fault, oh, trust and believe, it would be a problem. But when it's on the city, you don't hear nothing. And it just, to me, it seems like they're just dragging their feet, and that's not right.
Well, FOX45 reached out to DPW for answers, and they're telling us they were simply in charge of repairs, not reimbursing homeowners. They directed us to reach out to the mayor's office. We sent questions to Mayor Scott's office, but have not yet heard anything back.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, Baltimore County leaders are addressing a crisis in Baltimore County classrooms. Parents are making their concerns heard. Take a listen during this recent town hall.
Yeah, Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the ongoing calls for change from parents and students. Shannon.
Yeah, Tom, and we are talking problems from everything: transportation, school lunches, even bullying and violence on school grounds. So now parents, teachers, and students, they're all coming together to say this is an ongoing issue and it needs to be addressed now.
No repercussions to the students doing anything. There's a lot of assault, like sexual assault, physical assault, anything. Students really don't care.
We're here to act as a voice, not just on behalf of my niece, but again, as I've indicated tonight, on behalf of a lot of other students, but can't because they're living in fear. Either they're cutting classes or they're just not going to school because nothing is being done by the school administration.
Well, last night's meeting, hosted by the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition, comes as this new video surfaces. Take a look. Pastor Charles Neal, who you just heard from, says this chaos erupted at Perry Hall High. His 15-year-old niece is the one holding a bat, he says, to protect herself from the bullies whose harassment he says she's endured for an entire year. But Rod McMillian was the only member of the Baltimore County School Board to attend last night's meeting, despite all school board members and the superintendent being invited. And meanwhile, we have reached out to the school system multiple times to ask about this issue of violence inside county schools. Now, we did receive a statement from the superintendent back in April saying that they were taking disciplinary action and providing social and emotional support to try to combat it. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. For the first time, a health panel is calling for routine anxiety screening in adults. Wide age range, though, in some of the caveats to this proposal.
A live look now over Towson and the harbor. We've got an update on rain and wind moving in today. Justin Chambers will be up with just a few minutes to let us know how long this will last.
19 minutes in front of 8 o'clock on your Weather Authority forecast as we continue to track Ian. Not seeing any impacts yet, but already seeing the cloud cover out there. Wind and rain is going to pick up later today. And then especially as we get into Saturday morning, that's when we're going to see the heaviest rain here at home. So today and basically for the weekend, grab the jacket and the umbrella. No need for the sunglasses as the clouds will be here, as will the rain. That's good news for your gardens and your lawns because I'll tell you, we've had a pretty dry period. Mother Nature doing the watering today. Yard and gardening cast mid to upper 60s this afternoon.
It's going to be a long road to recovery. I mean, there's a lot that needs to be fixed.
Coast to coast destruction. Florida, Fox 45 assessing the damage as Hurricane Ian moves north. We're taking a live look now over the Inner Harbor as well as Myrtle Beach, Carolina, where Ian is barreling towards. We can expect dryness today with temperatures in the 60s, but Ian will be bringing us some rain and wind this weekend, maybe even as early as today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the latest on what we can expect this week.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Here's a live look at our HD radar. No rain for us as of yet, but the brunt of that storm is right now in North and South Carolina. We will zoom in a little bit closer here, and the eye of the storm is getting a little bit closer to Charleston, between Charleston and up toward Wilmington, North Carolina. As we zoom in even closer still, this is all called the low country here. So Charleston, one of the most flood-prone cities in the U.S., and they have all of that low-lying land up in Myrtle Beach as well. My buddy Carl lives down near Annapolis. He sent me some pictures of his house in Myrtle Beach, which still looks good, but we know that wind is going to be picking up there as well as up and down the coast. We're already seeing 30 to 40 mile an hour wind gusts here from Wilmington down through Charleston towards Savannah as well. Carolina is going to be hit. It will be hit the hardest with this direct hit from the storm over the next couple of hours. So this is the current track. We'll get an update from the National Hurricane Center at the top of the hour, but still 85 mile an hour winds, expecting to hit as a Category 1 storm by this afternoon, about 2-3 o'clock, just north of Charleston. And then still hanging on to the potential tropical depression by the time we get to Roanoke. What shot is that, Tom? Did you have another shot up a second ago?
Showing some of the rain, but it just froze on.
Just the Raleigh shot just froze. Okay, I think we had another shot earlier that was around North Carolina in areas south of Wilmington, but we've got Myrtle Beach live shots, got Charleston live shots, so we'll try to keep bringing those up to you so you can see what's going on live and local. Now, the next weather maker locally is the rain and the wind from Ian, and this is what we're seeing right there. You can see that area of low pressure just to the west of us, but it's going to be bringing in all of that wind and rain. This is a look at our hourly future scan. So some of those showers starting to move into Annapolis, down through Stevensville into east at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. That rain continues to spread into our area, up the Chesapeake into about 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight. So it's going to be a rainy and windy day today, and then more of that rain is expected for tomorrow. Now, in terms of the rainfall totals for the entire weekend, some of us could get a good 2 to even 3 inches, especially for you on the eastern shore. About 1.5 to 2 inches for Cockeysville and Baltimore down through Columbia. Most of this will just be kind of a steady, moderate rain, and we haven't had a lot of rain, so that's good in terms of our flooding potential, which will be low. However, you can see the wind that's going to pick up out of the northeast later this afternoon, and the strongest wind will be late tonight into early tomorrow morning. So if you already have those big inflatable Halloween decorations up, you may want to bring them in so you don't have to deal with that tomorrow morning. Future scan looks like this. The rain coming in tonight and into tomorrow morning. Right there, you can see some of the orange and the yellow indicating some of the heavier rain while we're sleeping tonight. It's going to be wet for that Ravens game on Sunday, but they're still expected to play at M&T Bank Stadium. Numbers stay in the 60s this weekend into early next week before we eventually start to dry out.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Stoller traffic network, and your drive time slow because of the volume. You see 19 minutes, normally a 9-minute commute from 95 to 83. Continuing coverage this morning, the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office is waiting for the results of DNA testing. The state's attorney, Marilyn Mosby, says the results will determine if she recharges Adnan Syed.
Well, yet the family of Heyman Lee is taking action right now, filing an appeal. FOX45's Mackenzie Frost spoke with the Lee family's attorney and has the latest on their moves in court.
The attorney for Heyman Lee's brother, Steve Kelly, tells me that he believes that Judge Melissa Finn violated the victim's rights when they did not allow enough time for the victim's family to come from the West Coast to Baltimore and participate in the hearing. And now Kelly says he's asking a court to pause this case while the appeal process plays out. Woodlawn High School student Heyman Lee killed in 1999. Adnan Syed convicted of a murder. State's attorney Marilyn Mosby filing a motion to overturn that conviction, citing evidence she says the defense never had. Syed's conviction overturned last Monday. Syed walking out of the courthouse without shackles, on home detention until Mosby decides what to do next. New video posted to social media showing life outside of prison for Syed.
The appeal is very centered on victims' rights.
Steve Kelly, the attorney for Heyman Lee's brother, Young Lee, says Judge Melissa Finn violated the victim's rights when she did not provide enough notice for them to show up in court in person.
Giving someone a half a day's notice and expecting them to show up and speak without having heard anything about what this is all about, that's not really respecting the victim's rights. in any meaningful way.
Kelly says the judge gave the Lee family less than one business day of notice to travel from the West Coast to Baltimore. And he says that's not good enough.
I think the violations are pretty clear.
Kelly says the filing is the first step to get Maryland's Court of Special Appeals to look at whether Judge Finn violated the law. Mosby's office has 30 days to decide whether new charges will be filed against Syed, and that's why Kelly says there should be a pause in this case.
We don't want anything else to happen in the case until the appellate court has weighed in on it. That's really where their focus is. Will any justice ever be done for Hay or not?
Marilyn Mosby's office did not respond to a request for a comment about this latest move, but her office has said that Lee's family was involved in the process from their view as it played out. In the meantime, no court dates have been set. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Holiday season is upon us, and Amazon employees have every reason to feel merry and bright this year. What the company is doing to keep employees in the holiday spirit.
Well, the biggest block party ever. Get it? How Lego is still able to come out on top despite inflation and rising costs. And speaking of party, this party starts every morning with a little caffeine.
Well, actually, a lot of caffeine. Now it's time for a coffee break.
Cheers.
Cheers.
$7:54 and in your Health Watch. Following years of this pandemic and government shutdowns, add in working from home while teaching children due to the mandated homeschooling. Mental health professionals say they are seeing a major jump in anxiety and want to create a widespread screening process for your primary care provider. Joining us now, psychiatrist
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, good morning on this Friday, September 30th. I'm Tom Rogers, and of course, all eyes on the coverage of Hurricane Ian as it continues this morning. It's now starting to impact the Carolinas. In fact, if we can take that shot right here, you see it at the top. That's South Carolina, right near lower parts of Myrtle Beach there, as residents there are preparing for the storm to hit today. And we want to get right over to our meteorologist, Justin Chambers. Justin, I know that we were just showing the beaches, and earlier we were looking at North Carolina and South Carolina. We saw some surfers out there.
Yeah, we did. Unfortunately, Tom, we don't want people out there when we have storm surges going to be 4 to 7 feet. We've already heard some wind speeds and wind gusts of top 74 miles an hour. They're already getting tropical storm strength wind. And the very latest update from the National Hurricane Center as we take a closer look at Ian. We, of course, are in Baltimore. We're not getting any rain right now, but we will see that rain later today. Still 85 mile an hour sustained winds is what we're going to be looking at with this storm, and more than likely making landfall sometime between about 2 and 3 o'clock this afternoon between Charleston and Myrtle Beach. You can see Wilmington, you can see Jacksonville on your screen right there. Hurricane warnings, storm surge warnings all posted along the Carolina coast for both South and North Carolina. Meanwhile, for us, we do have a coastal flood advisory for Anne Arundel and Calvert counties, and this will go as we head into the high tide, potentially seeing some minor flooding around the coast. Got a lot of cloud cover out there right now, and temperatures that'll be in the 60s here eventually today, but we're going to stay below average, Tom. We got a lot of cloud cover, and the wind and the rain all taking place today. We'll have a closer look at that coming up.
Yeah, it looks like the eye is broken up compared to when it came on land in Florida. Now to a city in crisis. It's been a violent week in Baltimore with at least 18 people shot just since Sunday. More than half of those shootings happening just in the past 3 days. We have live team coverage of the crime crisis plaguing Baltimore City. In just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with the ongoing debate to form a university police force at Johns Hopkins. We begin with Shannon Lilly, though. She has more on the urgent calls to leadership to take action. Shannon.
Yeah, and the key word that you just said there, Tom, is urgency. That's what the community wants to see from leaders, an immediate response to this crime crisis, especially following this shooting right here at the Mandauman bus loop. That's one of the city's busiest transportation areas. Well, yesterday, gunfire erupted and someone was shot right on the bus.
All you can see is everyone surrounding the bus. And then all the police and everybody shut the whole station off.
Well, this happened about 3 o'clock. MTA police say 2 juveniles were fighting on the bus when one pulled a gun and shot the other. Fortunately, though, Tom, that young victim did survive.
Yeah, Shannon, this shooting, though, coming a day after the city council Well, from the live center this morning, actually taking a live site of Moscow, where any moment Russian President Vladimir Putin is expected to make an announcement saying that his country is annexing occupied territory in Ukraine. Now, this comes as Ukrainian officials say a Russian strike in southeastern Ukraine just hours ago killed at least 25 people and wounding 28 others. Ahead of those celebrations to mark the folding of more seized Ukrainian territory into Russia itself. Even Russia's closest allies like Serbia and Kazakhstan, meanwhile, are refusing to recognize these referendum results, everyone calling them a sham. Still, officials in Kyiv are vowing to counter the annexation.
Ukraine cannot and will not tolerate any attempt by Russia to seize any part of our land.
Do not accept the sham referendum and any kind of annexation in Ukraine.
The Finnish government also weighing in on the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipeline leaks, saying an unspecified government actor is suspected of sabotaging those lines. Sweden saying another leak was discovered, bringing the total number now to 4. There's a real understanding in Ukraine that Putin's annexation announcement and the pipeline leaks will change the course of this war. Of course, we'll bring you the latest from Russia and Ukraine when that signing happens. An interesting find from Open the Books takes a look at take-home vehicles, what Baltimore appears to be doing better than most cities across our country.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, the city of Baltimore allots 10 take-home vehicles outside of emergency responders, and the mileage, fuel, make, and model are all public record. The city appears to be doing better than most others. Joining us now with an interesting find, founder of OpenTheBooks.com, Adam Andrzejewski. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, Tom.
Yeah, this is good news here. We're hearing about it. When you compare Baltimore with other ones, I mean, city council members, the mayor, they all get cars, vehicles that they use all the time. This is a little bit different, though. 10 different take-home vehicles outside of the first responders.
Yeah, we took a look at the city council and we didn't find any vehicles. The city did not disclose any vehicles that elected officials or their staffers are driving on the taxpayer dime. Baltimore has about 13,000 public employees, and we only found 10 take-home vehicles. And if you compare Baltimore up against a similar-sized city, say Nashville, Tennessee, in Nashville, outside of police and fire, there are 75 vehicles. If you take a look at L.A. County, just their elected officials, their county commissioners and their staffs are driving 75 vehicles. So we were particularly impressed that there was only 10 take-home vehicles that the city of Baltimore provides. Like I say, I have a workforce of about 13,000.
So, Adam, you start looking at that and you start seeing the mileage that's accrued here. And in 1 year, I mean, what was the most? 6,000 on one vehicle?
Yeah, so last year in 2021, out of these 10 vehicles, they drove on average about 4,000 miles. So you've got the departments, for instance, in housing and parks and wastewater and transportation. Those are the 4 departments where they give their employees these 10 vehicles. And so they're not actually being driven a lot of miles. For instance, in LA County, they have a policy that you must have a need to drive more than 5,000 miles a year. So in Baltimore, maybe they can even eliminate these 10 vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, incentive, though, for some of those employees, maybe instead of a raise, hey, here's a take-home vehicle.
Well, look, we've been very hard on City of Baltimore government, and for good reason. I mean, just last week, we showcased the city council president, Nick Mosby, racking up over $1,000 bill at the Preakness on the backs of taxpayers. We've showcased the nonprofits receiving tens of millions of dollars of city grants that are out of compliance with the state Charitable Solicitation Act law. You know, we showcased the school spending $1 million on yoga. Tom, I think this is one area where we should recognize the city. They've only got 10 take-home vehicles out of a city workforce of 13,000.
Adam Andrzejewski with OpenTheBooks.com, looking at it, both positive and negative aspects of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we want to go back over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He, of course, looking at the forecast for us following Ian, but then also its effects possibly here this weekend, right?
Yeah, well, not possibly, Tom. We will see the effects this weekend. In fact, even starting later today, we will see the rain moving in from this storm, and that wind is already starting to pick up. As we look outside right now, you can see what's going on with our HD radar, at least on our radar screen. What shot do we have up that we can pull up, guys? We have something. This is Myrtle Beach, right? Okay, yeah, this is the Myrtle Beach shot. So right now, yeah, some high surf there, some wind that has been picking up. We're not seeing the flooding or the storm surge, but they are expecting 4 to 7 feet in those areas as well. This is in Charleston, South Carolina, which is just a little farther down the coast. So as Myrtle Beach and Charleston kind of right there between where the eye of the storm is expected to make landfall. And again, we don't want to focus on that. It's the fact that all of these areas in the Carolinas getting that wind and rain already. We've seen it all morning long. We already have a coastal flood advisory posted for Anne Arundel and Calvert counties. This is basically for some minor flooding that could be possible as the storm makes its way up the Chesapeake. But let's go a little bit closer in here. You can see there's Wilmington, Raleigh, North Carolina, back through Charlotte, all the way into Columbia in the mid-state of South Carolina, down through Charleston. I worked in South Carolina for about 4 years, and I have a lot of friends that live down in the low country. This is an area that is prone to flooding because of the low-lying nature. Hugo hit here in 1989, and people still talk about that today. But you can see that wind and rain in Myrtle Beach back through Charleston. The eye of the storm is still about 100 miles off the coast of Charleston, but we're already getting some 30 and 40 mile an hour wind gusts reported right now. We've even seen a 60 and 70 mile an hour wind gust reported. So they are talking about tropical storm force winds already, and that storm surge looking a little bit later into the day today. So 85 mile an hour wind gusts. The track on this takes it right there through Georgetown. This is north of Charleston, south of Myrtle Beach. The eye hitting by about 1-2 o'clock this afternoon, tracking up to Florence, South Carolina, towards Charlotte by early tomorrow morning, and then it will be an area of low pressure and a tropical depression into Roanoke by the time we get to tomorrow afternoon, and that is what's going to be impacting us. So you can see our next weather maker, it's the wind and the rain. That's why several things have been canceled already or postponed for the weekend in terms of outdoor events. Ravens game still going on. It's going to be wet on Sunday, but look at our Friday afternoon hourly future scan. This is about 5 p.m. We're going to see those showers move from the south to the north right along the Chesapeake at up into Baltimore City and County and through 8 o'clock tonight. Kind of those steady rain showers. We've been pretty dry, so we're not expecting to see any flooding, but we are seeing the rainfall totals that could approach 2 and 3 inches in some of our eastern counties and the eastern shore as well, between now and by the time we get to Sunday afternoon. And the wind, that's the other thing too. The northeast wind picking up this afternoon. The strongest wind is going to be later tonight into tomorrow morning. That's when you're going to hear those shutters rattling. So if you have the windows still open to kind of get some of that fresh air in, probably want to close those up because we've got the wind and the rain that we'll deal with through the weekend. Here's that 7-day forecast. Some spotty showers left over on Monday as well. And then finally by Tuesday, we start the drying process. Wednesday and Thursday next week looking very nice. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at your Len Stoller Traffic Network. And guess what? Taking a look at all the cameras around their area. Everyone's moving along just fine, just the volume that's picking up. And we do not have a disabled vehicle in either of the tunnels. That's a first for a Friday morning. Knocking on wood. Yeah, look at that. Well, a suicide bomber attacked an educational institute in Afghan capital just ahead the impact it had on the community.
We're finally learning about what may have caused Baltimore's contaminated water crisis, but there's still unanswered questions. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain why, plus hear from city leaders. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We have some breaking news right now, international breaking news we've been talking about this morning. We're just hearing this, Associated Press. President Vladimir Putin opens a Kremlin event to absorb parts of Ukraine into Russia, defying the international law. So, of course, we will continue following this story and find out exactly what he says throughout the morning. And it is so Baltimore, celebrating Greek culture at the oldest running Greek festival right here in Maryland. The festival opening up next Thursday through Sunday. But today, Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Southwest Baltimore with a preview. And you've had the drinks, you've got the food. What else? You've got the history.
We do have the history. Peggy is here with her lovely daughter. And Peggy, we have the traditional garb here, right?
Yes. So at the festival this weekend, you'll see lots of different Greek costumes from our youth dancers. Androniki is wearing a Cretan costume. And then our mannequin over here, he's wearing an Evzon costume, which is a Greek soldier. You'll see them from Rhodes, from the mainland, all different islands. Probably about every hour there'll be a different dance group, youth group from around the community, the other Greek churches as well.
And homemade traditional desserts here.
Yes, the women of our church have been very, very busy homemaking everything that you can try this weekend.
Now this is the granddaddy of them all, right?
Absolutely, baklava.
Baklava, okay.
The most recognizable.
Now, is this new? What's this?
So there are two kinds of cakes here. There is a walnut cake, and then there is more of a sponge cake called ravani. And garidopita is the walnut one. Sometimes
garidopita?
Fruits and garidopita.
Garidopita. Gotta have one of those, okay.
And then here's a butter cookie, curambiedes, that's rolled in powdered sugar.
Yeah.
This one will ruin your outfit, but it is fabulous. We use this for lots of celebrations, weddings, christenings, events, and partying.
And this is an old school butter roll?
Yeah, the kuluraika is a very traditional butter cookie, usually twisted as you see here, sometimes sesame seeds, sometimes not. Again, very traditional and delicious, like a shortbread cookie.
And you guys went above and beyond. I understand you guys actually have the desserts there. Is that true?
I do. While you were talking about it, I was trying to get the names here, but I'm not sure which one to go with. The one that makes you cough as soon as you're trying to breathe in with that powdered sugar over it, or that pound cake.
I'm doing the traditional baklava time. I don't know what you're doing, buddy, but I'm going for the baklava. You guys enjoy. They went above and beyond and had them delivered to you right there at the studio. I know. Coming up, we'll take a tour of this beautiful church.
Thank you, Mark. Normally we're begging for him to bring the food back. Look at this. Enjoy. Well, I'll have some with you. Come on. Greek Festival next weekend, yeah. If you'd like some more information about how you can go, it's free for everyone. Just go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Rain, wind from Ian moving in later on today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know just how long it will last and how much rain we're expecting.
Violence in Baltimore County schools. Coming up, what parents, teachers, and students are saying about it and what they want school leaders to do.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back here. And this morning, we continue to track the deadly Hurricane Ian as it's slated to hit the Carolinas today. On your top left there, you can see video from Folly Beach, South Carolina. The wind gust as the storm approaches, you can just see them already picking up. Right here, our Weather Authority HD radar showing that storm's path. But this comes just days after Ian plowed through parts of Florida, leaving utter destruction. On the bottom left, you can see that storm surge sweeping through Fort Myers. The bottom right, the aftermath, leaving the city in complete shambles. Good morning. It is Friday, September 30th, the final Friday of the year, this month. But it is not off to a great start when we're thinking about the weather. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, looking at our forecast today. Can you give us an update on the timeline?
Yeah, we're going to see those showers roll in later this afternoon and evening. We're already going to see that wind pick up in the next couple of hours as well. It feels more moist outside with that moisture that it continues to roll in as we take a look at our HD radar. So not seeing anything from Ian just yet, but you can see that large storm that is just to the south of us and approaching North and South Carolina. Look at all of the strong and heavy rain for Jacksonville, North Carolina, up into Greenville. We've got flash flood warnings that are posted there as well. Farther to the south, Myrtle Beach, Charleston, basically in the crosshairs of this storm. That's where we're looking for the eye, which is about 100 miles southeast of Charleston right now. It's going to be heading into the coastline between Charleston and Myrtle Beach and making landfall a little bit later this morning. We've already seen wind gusts reported there near 75 miles an hour, so that's hurricane force winds. Now for us, our next weather maker is the remnants of Ian as it gets a little bit closer to us. So you can already see those clouds out there right now from our Towson cam. We're only going to top out in the upper 60s today. We're tracking those showers later this afternoon and the breezy to windy conditions as well. We'll talk about how much rain we're expecting this weekend and when we'll finally dry out, coming up in just a few.
In a city in crisis, more criticism for DPW. Now, the city council is holding a second hearing for the department's handling of the E. coli contamination last week. Olivia Dance is joining us live in West Baltimore with more on what we're expecting later today. Olivia.
Well, Taylor, at the hearing, the Department of Public Works finally gave some answers as to what may have caused the E. coli contamination, but city council members still have questions about the lack of communication. Now, the department believes that several factors may have contributed to the water crisis, blaming Baltimore's aging infrastructure.
What this shows is that there are multiple factors that came together to create a scenario that likely contributed to the contamination in the area of impact. The large mains being out of service was the root cause, the Kirk Avenue valve repair, and the sinkhole on North Avenue.
DPW says those problems compromising the water line led DPW to shut off the Vernon pump station, reverting supply from the area of impact to Lake Ashburton, where a sinkhole there lowered the chlorine levels in the water. But city council members also held the hearing to better understand the failures of communication that occurred. DPW first tested the water at the start of September, and they've been criticized for not informing the public sooner. But DPW's communications department wasn't even at the hearing.
Well, this whole situation was a failure of communications. So had the communications department properly communicated to the public immediately and done so in the way that they do on many other things, we wouldn't have been here today. I mean, something does not add up. Why wouldn't the people who were so active and involved in this situation from the start, and also all the communication to the public, why they wouldn't be here is really mind-boggling.
And Fox 45 News reached out to the chief of DPW's communications department to find out if she was asked to be a part of these hearings, but unfortunately, we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
3 months after a massive sinkhole opened up on North Avenue, destroying homes, I mean, you can just see the destruction it left here. Construction there is still underway, and the road is still closed. One of the affected homeowners tells Fox 45 News he feels the city is ignoring his calls for help. He says insurance denied his claims, telling him the city is at fault for building on top of aging infrastructure. He says he also tried reaching out to his councilman member, Robert Stokes, but he has not heard back.
In my eyes, I shouldn't have to reach out to someone that I didn't cause this problem. Now, if it was my fault, oh, trust and believe, it would be a problem. But when it's on the city, you don't hear nothing. And it just, to me, it seems like they're just dragging their feet, and that's not right.
Fox 45 reached out to DPW for answers. They tell us they were simply in charge of repairs, not reimbursing homeowners. They directed us to reach out to the mayor's office. We sent questions to the mayor's office, but have not yet heard back. We're following breaking news this morning. Vladimir Putin is holding a Kremlin event to absorb parts of Ukraine into Russia. Putin says Russia will protect the newly incorporated regions, including by all available means. Putin's also urging Ukraine to sit down for talks, but warns that Moscow will not give up on the incorporated region. We'll continue to keep you updated as this story develops and Russia attempts to annex parts of Ukraine. But shifting back gears here to the crisis in the classroom, Baltimore County leaders are addressing an issue in Baltimore County classrooms, and parents and students making their voices heard during that town hall meeting. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with the ongoing calls for change from both the parents and the students, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Taylor. And we're talking about problems ranging from transportation to school lunches to bullying and even violence inside the classrooms. And so parents, teachers, and students are all coming together saying this is an ongoing issue and it needs to be addressed now.
No repercussions to the students doing anything. There's a lot of assault, like sexual assault, physical assault, anything. Students really don't care.
We're here to act as a voice, not just on behalf of my niece, but again, as I've indicated tonight, on behalf of a lot of other students, but can't because they're living in fear. Either they're cutting classes or they're just not going to school because nothing is being done by the school administration.
Well, last night's meeting hosted by the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition comes as this new video surfaces. Take a look. Pastor Charles Neal, who you just heard from, says this chaos erupted at Perry Hall High. His 15-year-old niece is the one holding a bat, he says, to protect herself from the bullies whose harassment he says she's endured for an entire year. But Rod McMillian was the only member of the Baltimore County School Board to attend last night's meeting, despite all school board members and the superintendent being invited. And meanwhile, we have reached out to the school district many times about this issue of violence inside schools. We did get a statement from the superintendent back in April saying that they were taking disciplinary action and providing social and emotional support to try to combat this. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News is all over any problems your kids run into this school year. Now, if you have any problems from teachers to shortages on the bus or lack of bus drivers, please call our news tip line at 410-467-5595. You can also go ahead and send us an email at news@foxbaltimore.com, and your pictures chime in feature on the Fox 45 News app. The count for mail-in ballots starts tomorrow. Just ahead, why Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox wants to stop the count. Plus, a cooler and cloudy day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the rain from Ian as it heads into our area this weekend.
Welcome back, everybody. We're 19 minutes in front of 9 o'clock on your Friday morning. Looking outside the Inner Harbor, well, it's nice and calm now, but we know that's going to change. In fact, later today, we're going to be tracking some of those rain showers. The wind picking up all remnants of Ian here at home. 56 right now, but we're on our way to the upper 60s, and we'll see potentially 2 to 3 inches of rain possible over the entire area of central Maryland over the next couple of days. So I'd get that run or that jog in the next couple of hours in your jogging cast while it's still dry. Coming up in a few minutes, I'll take you through the timeline of when that rain could impact you. Taylor.
The Maryland Court of Special Appeals denied a motion to stop counting mail-in ballots early. The request came from Republican gubernatorial candidate Dan Cox. Now, the Board of Elections now can start counting mail-in ballots beginning Saturday. Cox remains strong on his decision while others are questioning his reasoning.
I stand with the Constitution for the people, because if we lose that, we lose the opportunity to have a voice.
We did this in the last election. It was my idea, and we counted the votes. We didn't have a single problem with that, and I can't imagine why there'd be a problem this time.
Now, ballots will be sent to Anne Arundel County voters starting today. Hartford and Howard counties will be mailed out on Monday. Baltimore City residents, you can start expecting yours around Tuesday of next week. And by Wednesday, residents there in that county should also receive them there. Get a front row seat to see the pretty boy of comedy at the Baltimore Comedy Factory. Just ahead, we'll be speaking to actor and comedian Bill Bellamy. Residents in Florida cleaning up after Hurricane Ian. Just ahead, how some people helped a green sea turtle during the cleanup.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is Funny Friday. Show up, show out this weekend.
Yes.
Ooh, and you can get a front row seat to see the pretty boy of comedy.
What? What? Oh my God, I love that
at the
intro.
Baltimore Comedy Club this weekend.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we got one show that's not sold out.
Just
two shows.
one.
I mean, it's, first of all, when I come to Baltimore, it's always a party. You guys, for whatever, it's a couple cities that I go to where they just love comedy. Like, people traditionally love comedy in Chicago, New York, Baltimore, D.C. There's certain types of cities that just, like, comedy is like going for a drink.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Well,
going out to have a good time.
He doesn't even need to be mentioned. Bill Bellamy is who this is.
Hello.
If you don't know.
He was just going
He
on
was
it.
just like, whatever.
I mean, just in case y'all can't see, they got HD cameras. Go ahead.
Baltimore Comedy Factory. Look, you're an East Coast guy. You've been
Yes.
here before. What's the deal with the Baltimore crowds? I mean, you love coming and playing
It's
here,
high
right?
energy.
Yeah.
And it's always been like that for whatever reason. My whole career, I've always run my tours through Baltimore.
Yeah.
And the thing that's cool is the people. Like, the city has its own swag, and people come here to have a good time. Like, they're not coming to be mad.
No.
They're like, man, I done worked all day.
Right.
I'm going to laugh. I'm going to, me and my baby, put your heels on tonight. Okay?
And come out. And
we're
they
going
have-
to see Bill, and we're going to turn up.
And they're going to do it 3 times this week. I mean, 3 opportunities, right?
Yeah, 3
so
opportunities,
people throw their heels
Friday,
on.
Saturday, Sunday, whenever you want to come see me, I'm that guy. See that guy right there? That's what I'm saying. Come and be blessed.
Jay Wait a minute. He's just like, I'm back here.
Yeah, that's little Jay. I had to put him on the fly because that's my little brother right there.
Now, look, Bill. Let me ask you a question.
Yes,
so the internet is crazy, and we always know what we read on there is true. Did you come up with the term booty call? I mean, they attribute it to you.
Yeah, because, you know, in the 90s, we didn't know what to call it. We was calling it, I think we were saying, I'm going to get a hookup and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to get a little bit. It used to be called a little bit. And so a little bit wasn't really spectacular. So I'm sitting there writing jokes, and I was like, yo, like, that's a booty call. Like, I literally said it in my head. And I was like, you know why I liked it? Because it sounds funny, and it's not like, you know, sort of like, it's sort of risque, but not. So you're like, oh, I had a booty call. It's funny. You don't feel bad about it. Like, a hookup sound like it was bad. But a booty call be like, well, you know, I stayed an extra hour, you know.
You know what? I feel like some old grandmas and aunties also used to call it booty calls, too, back in the day.
But they didn't call it that. They was your auntie and my auntie back in the day. You know, I went by Russell House.
I went by Russell's.
And I don't want to hear about it.
All right.
I know we supposed to be broke up. That's how they used to talk.
I see. You know what?
Baltimore Comedy Factory. You're going to be there tonight, tomorrow night, Sunday. You got three nights
of comedy,
and 2 shows each.
2 shows each.
I mean, that's beautiful. It's right there. And
Check it
interesting
out.
information. By the way, and we probably don't have time, but Bill and I.
Can you tell?
Listen. He and I were at the premiere of.
You don't know how cool this dude is.
Love Stinks. It was in
Man, he
1999.
looked like he's selling insurance, but no. He been places. Go ahead.
We were at the premiere of Love Stinks for Bill's movie
in L.A.
The after party was at the Playboy Mansion.
Yes.
I didn't see Bill there, but I met Kato Kalin there.
Yeah. He's actually telling the truth. This is a real story.
Yeah.
Can we say real quick? All right, 30 seconds. So we're at the Playboy Mansion. Here's the thing. I'm dreaming of always going to the Playboy Mansion because I'm like, oh my God, this is where all the bunnies, you know, you think you're going to see real bunnies. You looking around, but it wasn't bunnies. It was just like playmates and stuff. But here's the thing that blew my mind about meeting Hugh Hefner. First of all, he was already old. He was on his way to being old. And he was shaking a little bit. So I was like, you can't be no Playboy shaking. That's one part. The other part was that he had old phones. And I'm like, yo, bro. He had the phones in the Playboy Mansion like this.
The rotaries?
I'm like, bro, you got to update your phones, bro. We got the buttons now. He was like, no, I'm keeping it authentic. So if anything go wrong, then you can't even dial out. You're like... And you got to hit the top. Remember this when you couldn't get a down tone?
You got to
top. He had old
She
phones.
doesn't remember. She's too young.
I don't, but you know what? Can I interject to the story?
Yes.
Once upon a time, I might have been there too, but my dad rescued me and said, go back to school. And so that's the lesson today. Go back to school. You want to see Playboy Mansion?
If you don't get... Come out of there.
All right.
Wow.
Let's go home.
I got to go do weather, man. They're making me, they're yelling at me.
Oh, you going to weather?
Yeah, I got to go do
Time
weather.
to do some serious tracking.
All right, I'm going with
Bill
you.
Bellamy, come with
See
me.
y'all later. We're going to do weather. Let's go.
Baltimore Comedy Factory.
Yep.
Come on over on the wall.
I always wanted to do weather.
You always did?
Yeah,
you can stand right here.
Can I stand next to you?
You can stand right here.
Right, show me what
now
it
you
is.
just look into the camera right there.
All right.
Yeah, and you just hold up your hand.
Okay, guys, I just want to let you know that shout out to Ian. Thank you for just tearing up Florida, but he came across this way, and he started swerving.
Yeah, he does.
And he went this way. So he's going up towards the east, northeasterly here.
Yeah.
You see Baltimore right here.
Yeah,
we're going to be all right.
Yeah,
we're going to get sprinkles.
We're going to get some rain. Yeah,
we're going to get a little bit of rain, but nothing to go crazy about.
Yeah.
But up here, it's going to get crazy.
Yeah.
It's going to get crazy
Yeah,
right in there.
Yeah, that's in there. That's where you're from.
That's where I used to live.
Yeah.
So anyway, this turn right here, see, wait, let me find it. Right here, that's Ian. Boy, he kicking up some mess.
He doesn't like South Carolina.
Why are you always turning? Ian should be dizzy by now.
I gotta go do one. Go get you ready for your show. Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Bellamy. That was amazing. All right. I don't even know how much time I have. Sophie, where are we at? How much? She's already got 90 seconds. Thank you very much for that. 90 seconds. Thank you. All right. Yes, guys, we are tracking the potential impacts of Ian. We do have coastal flood advisories posted for Anne Arundel County. Obviously, this storm is not a joke. As we know, it's coming in to South Carolina, and it will bring that storm surge. And we're going to be dealing with that wind and the rain. We're already seeing 30 and 40-mile-an-hour winds up here along the Carolina coast, so just be aware of that. The storm tracking toward Charleston, and basically between Charleston and Myrtle Beach is where it's going to make that landfall, and then it's going to be impacting us by the time we head into the weekend. And we'll be talking about areas where we could see 1 to 2 inches of rain. It is going to be a steady rain. We haven't had a lot of rain recently, which is good news, so we're not in that flooding potential. But again, you can never be too careful. I know that rain is going to start rolling in, so as you're heading out to Bill's show tonight, you got to bring the umbrella. Look at that, 5, 6 o'clock tonight. We're already going to see those rain showers move through. That's our hourly future scan. So we're going to keep that rain through the night and into tomorrow. Tomorrow morning is more than likely going to be the heaviest rain when a lot of us are sleeping. It's going to be rainy for that the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. So just be aware of that. Make sure to bring the raincoat and rain jacket and stay safe as well. Time to take a look at a view through your window. And this is, where's my view through the window? Hold on. One more? Okay, let's see if I got it here. Jedi's coming. Where's Jedi? Oh, boy. You got it? Okay, view through your window. This is Jedi. Look at that shot from Athena. She said that. Don't go anywhere. I got to take a picture with you. Jedi is right there in the window, and this is from Athena. Thank you very much. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or take a picture of that squiggly thing right there on your screen.
For your bright spot this morning, I can't get enough of this little sea turtle. It was saved during the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. Residents here in Key West were cleaning up near a boat dock when they came across the green sea turtle. It was buried under about a foot of seaweed. This little guy, though, is being looked after now at the Turtle Hospital in Marathon. He's being called Ian. Peloton and Dick's Sportings are partnering together. Just ahead, how this could expand its customer base. And what about those Lego sales? They are skyrocketing despite inflation and rising costs. Just ahead, what's causing consumer sales to boost. And right now, obviously, I got something in my throat. Might be time for a coffee break. Already tapping your morning business report, America's biggest online retailer says some of its workers could soon be making more money. Amazon announcing the pay bump will happen next month. That means the average starting pay for warehouse workers and delivery drivers will jump to $19 an hour. The raise comes ahead of the busy holiday season and at a time when Amazon workers in several facilities are planning to unionize. Sephora making a new move to try to compete with its competitors. The cosmetic company is rolling out an unlimited same-day delivery membership. Ooh, sign me up. It's called Sephora Same Day Unlimited. Sephora says shoppers can pay $49 a year for those delivery services on all purchases in as little as 2 hours. And P.F. Chang's getting in on the subscription trend. The popular restaurant chain is relaunching its 7-year-old loyalty program to include a paid tier. For $6.99 per month, members of the chain Platinum Reward program can earn 15 points for each dollar spent. It's redeemable for a $15 credit once 2,000 points are accumulated. Another big chain that has jumped onto that subscription bandwagon recently includes Subway and Panera. Okay. Peloton making its first brick-and-mortar partnership. The company will sell its bikes and treadmills and other products at Dick's Sporting Goods. The fitness equipment maker's latest push to expand its customer base. The companies have set a launch date, but they're aiming for the holiday shopping season. And despite rising inflation costs and Lego sales are just skyrocketing, the world's largest toy maker says revenue jumped 17% in the first half of this year, reaching $3.5 billion. Consumer sales also saw a boost. Popular themes such as Star Wars, Harry Potter's obviously contributed to those record sales. And if you are a fan of Legos, don't forget you can watch Lego Masters Wednesday night, 9 o'clock, right here on Fox 45. And yeah, money might be a little tight these days, but it doesn't mean you can't have $1 million smile. Genevieve Corder is here with an idea you can add to your dental routine in today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Oh, guys, it's time to talk about teeth. There's nothing more powerful on your face than a beautiful smile. But did you know that having a healthy smile has a direct effect on your overall health? Super Smile is a professional at-home teeth whitening system which removes plaque, stains, and bacteria. So your teeth aren't just getting whiter, they're actually getting healthier. Super Smile is the #1 whitening toothpaste among cosmetic dentists, and it was developed by a world-famous cosmetic dentist to the stars. It is the only brand powered by Calprox, a safe ingredient that gently whitens and cleans teeth without causing sensitivity. So many times you stop whitening your teeth because after a few days it's just so uncomfortable. With Super Smile, you do not have that issue. So no more messy trays, just brush and whiten, and it's safe for natural teeth, veneers, caps, and dentures. You can restore them to the original color. And most people see results in just 5 days. And the teeth whitening gum, also with Calprox, is a great thing just to throw in your bag. If you have a cup of coffee in the morning, pop in a piece of gum, glass of wine, and take care of it with a piece of gum. What are you waiting for? Affordable professional teeth whitening is now available right at home. And we have a really special offer today on Super Smiles. So take advantage of it. Take care of yourself. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
And right now we have some breaking news that we're following coming out of Russia here as we are now taking live looks here. Putin proclaiming annexation. This is the process where he's starting. He's right there in the middle here. He said that he was going to do this to bring parts of the region of Ukraine that they have overtaken and make them part of Russia, meaning if anybody does attack, you're attacking Russia, which is a declared war. So he's doing this on purpose after that sham vote that they held. The EU, though, is already signing members up on a list that's saying this is a sham. In fact, European leaders are saying that they are now joining in on this, saying that they are signing treaties absorbing occupied regions of Ukraine, and they're saying this is just all a sham and they do not recognize it. This is going on as pipelines continue to be bursting from Russia into Germany, and they're saying that the West is part of this. Putin is now blaming the West, saying that he's sabotaged. The West has sabotaged the pipeline. So escalations here, live look, as they are now taking over, again, parts of Ukraine with this sham annexation. Well, more on that later on. Now, back here, though, Hurricane Ian is far from over. It's moving to its third landfall. In the top left and right, you are seeing Hurricane Ian's destruction and aftermath in Florida. High water rescue teams working nonstop to help those in flooded homes and vehicles.
Yeah, on the bottom here, you can see these are folks here in South Carolina preparing those sandbags as the rain and the wind moves in. Those tides from the hurricane expected to cause some storm surge. And on the bottom right, you can see our Weather Authority team's HD radar tracker. They are tracking Ian's every single step. Now, at this point, it is Friday, the final Friday of September, and we are looking ahead towards some rain as Ian moves its way up north.
Yeah, that's right. Taylor Stewart and I'm Tom Rogers, and we continue to follow this, and it will make its impact here eventually to our region.
That's right. Let's head over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and Amy Aronson for an update on what we could see in the timeline for this.
Yeah, good morning to both of you and good morning, everyone. Both of us continue to be tracking in here. The entire Weather Authority team has been tracking this storm as it, again, has made 2 landfalls, Cuba and Florida, and projecting our next landfall there in South Carolina. Let's get a little bit closer in here. We are seeing some of the outer bands of this storm already bringing flash flood warnings to areas there in Jacksonville, North Carolina, over toward the east of Greenville, North Carolina, down through Wilmington. And then the eye of the storm is still about 100 miles off the coast of Charleston, but they already have flash flood warnings posted there. They're expecting a 4 to 7 foot storm surge. And we were talking a couple of days ago about a 12-foot storm surge there in Fort Myers. But again, low-lying areas here in Charleston, South Carolina. It's a very flood-prone city. So we'll continue to track that. Our next weather maker is Ian and the remnants from Ian. For a little bit more on that and our local impacts that we'll have from the storm, let's check in with meteorologist Amy Aronson with more on this storm. Amy, what are you looking at?
Yeah, Justin, I'm actually starting off by taking a look back at the month of September because we've been really lucky with our weekends. We've had mostly dry weekends this month. If you take a look at this calendar here, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. I'm actually tracking below normal rainfall for the month so far. We're about an inch below where we should be, but of course we know that's going to change as we get into this weekend. So if we can flip over to my graphics, I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. I did update the entire month of September with one final day to go. Looks like we might not be able to get my graphics, but I do have a look ahead at what you can expect for this weekend too. We are tracking some showers as we get into the weekend. Here's a look at that calendar. Worked so hard to fill in all these days here. As you can see, the days that are in that tannish color, they were dry. And if you look at the weekends, we've had mostly dry weekends for the month so far, with the exception back on the 10th. Of course, that's going to change starting today. I think we will add some rainfall before we wrap up the months of September. And we're certainly going to kick off October with some steady rain. Looks like the heaviest rain from what's left of Ian by the time it reaches us comes late Friday, overnight tonight through early Saturday. After that, we taper to on and off showers throughout the weekend. It's also going to be breezy and just cool, not great for outdoor plans, with highs in the upper 60s on Saturday, mid 60s by Sunday. If your weekend plans include heading to the pumpkin patch, I'd knock it out today, earlier over later, because we are tracking showers by this evening. Tomorrow, not a pretty day at the pumpkin patch. It's going to be muddy, rainy, and breezy. By Sunday, little bit better as the rain tapers to on and off showers. Now, coming up in just a little bit, we'll take another look at this weekend forecast, and I'll let you know more on what to expect for the Ravens game come Sunday. Tom, Taylor?
Our Fox 45 Weather Authority team continues with up-to-the-minute coverage of Ian as it moves into our region. Go to your app store and search WBFF to get your Weather Authority app where you can get started to get coverage.
Well, now to a city in crisis. It's been a violent week in Baltimore with at least 18 people shot just since Sunday. More than half of those shootings happening just in the past 3 days.
This might be my intro. I don't know if they're going to Shannon.
We have live team coverage this morning of the crisis plaguing Baltimore City. But in just a few minutes, Olivia Dance will join us live with the ongoing debate to form a police force at Johns Hopkins University.
We begin, though, with Shannon Lilly. She has more on the urgent calls to leadership to take action. Shannon.
Well, the key word there is urgency. That's what the community wants to see from its leaders, an immediate response to this crime crisis, especially following this shooting at the Endowment bus loop. That's one of the city's busiest transportation hubs, and gunfire erupted there yesterday with someone shot right on the bus.
All you can see is everyone surrounding the bus. And then all the police and everybody shut the whole station off.
Now, this happened at about 3 o'clock. MTA police say 2 juveniles were fighting on the bus when one pulled a gun and shot the other. Fortunately, that young victim survived. But this comes just one day after a city council hearing focused on the police department's crime-fighting strategies. In that meeting, we learned the police department's efforts have focused on the Western Police District, and they say that data is showing a positive change in that district. But we pressed the chair of the city council's Public Safety Committee, Mark Conway, on when other neighborhoods can expect relief. Take a listen to what he had to say.
This is a very difficult task. We're dealing with violence in the city that we've been dealing with for multiple decades. We're not going to come in and change this overnight.
So Conway admitting there that it will take time, but he does say he's confident this change will happen. Reporting in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, Fox 45 News is questioning the city's new deputy mayor for public safety, Anthony Barksdale, about this recent crime. 560 people have survived shootings so far this year. It's a staggering number, and that's 36 more than the same time last year. Violent crime, one of the biggest concerns that we hear. Fox 45 Mackenzie Frost brought those concerns directly to Barksdale.
Today, Baltimore is one homicide under last year. We started the month at, I believe, 52 shootings, non-fatal. Today we're at 38, maybe, so there's a reduction. I base how I view things on the data, and that data says that we're going in the right direction.
Is one homicide fewer, though, really something to praise?
One homicide fewer means we're going the right way. Imagine if I was saying we're plus 22 or 20, whatever it was when I started. We're trending in the right direction. Of course, there's room for progress, so I'm not arguing with you on that point, but -1 is a start.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you think Baltimore City political leaders are ignoring the crime problem? So far, 97% of those who have already voted say yes, but you can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
As crime continues to be out of control in the city, and it's even bleeding onto the campus at Johns Hopkins University. In an effort to limit the crime, the university is hoping to create its own police force, but there is some criticism with that effort.
That's right. Olivia Dance joining us live now. And Olivia, what can you tell us about this second wave of pushback as they tried doing this 3 years ago and it didn't work?
Well, as you mentioned, there is a forum today to talk about creating a Johns Hopkins police force right here on campus. But last night's meeting and the meeting before that were both shut down by protesters. University administrators were prepared to answer questions about their plans to form their own police department. The armed police force would be dedicated to tackling the crime that's now creeping onto campus.
We're impacted by assaults, we're impacted by robberies, and even murders here on our East Baltimore campus. I have individuals who come here to work who are afraid to come from the parking garage into the building.
Hopkins already employs more than 1,000 private security workers, but this new police force made up of about 100 officers would have all the powers of a Baltimore City police officer. But the police force would agree to a number of measures, though, including complying with the city's consent decree, wearing body cameras, and only tackling minor crimes. However, protesters still have concerns.
There's already incidences of university police going beyond their reach. I know people personally have been discriminated, and introducing guns into that equation is not a good idea.
And last night's meeting was held virtually, but some community members were allowed to come, but protesters still showed up and shut down the auditorium after just 30 minutes. Back to you.
Olivia, we know that some are, well, they're frustrated and don't want the police force. Same time, many residents attended that forum wanting to know about it. Can you tell us?
Yeah, Tom, Fox 45 News spoke with community members who came to the forum to actually learn about this possible police force, and they tell us that they're frustrated. Take a listen to what they had to say.
I'm not going to say they're crazy. They've been misguided.
I respect their ability to protest and make their noise and do what they did, but let everybody else come out and have a voice at a town hall meeting.
And again, the meeting today will be held virtually, so we're just going to have to wait and see if any progress is made. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. 9/11 now. City Councilwoman Odette Ramos joined us this morning to weigh in on the Johns Hopkins University private police force controversy. We asked her why a city council hearing scheduled for yesterday was canceled. Here's what she had to say.
purpose of the resolution was to have a conversation so that council members can understand the MOU and the public. The city council does not have any power to say yes or no on this MOU. I do want to have a public meeting outside of City Hall, and something that I can make sure that we have everybody's voices.
Now, Fox 45 News has looked at crime in areas in Johns Hopkins University police departments that they would patrol if it's established. The day after last week's forum was disrupted, a man was shot right by the East Baltimore Medical Campus. That was one of just dozens of the crimes just this year within the proposed patrol boundaries. You can see the reporting right now on foxbaltimore.com. Lawyers for Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby filing a motion opposing a gag order in her federal trial. Mosby is facing 4 federal charges, 2 for perjury, 2 for making false statements on loan applications stemming from her purchases of 2 Florida homes. Well, prosecutors called for a gag order after Mosby's defense attorney held a news conference following the hearing where the trial was postponed. Mosby team claims the jury pool has already been infected, they say, citing reporting from our station, Fox 45 News. Well, you can find out more on this latest filing on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
All right, it is so Baltimore to celebrate all 4 days of all things Greek for the 50th annual Greek Food and Wine Culture Festival.
Yeah, festival opening up Thursday, going through Sunday. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark has been converted to Greek this morning. He's in Southwest Baltimore with a preview. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. I'm with the booger with the sugar, the head honcho, the top dog, the chairman for the festival, John. And John, we're here. This is the beautiful church.
It is.
This is the historic beautiful church, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is where it all starts.
This is where it all starts.
All the food, all the hospitality, all the love outside starts what we learn here, what's preached in here, what's what we're taught in here is all spread out to the community outside. So this is where it starts. So we have church tours that go on during the festival for people to come in and just, see the architecture. So the church was built in 1899. We took it over in 1937. It was supposed to be torn down to build a gas station, believe it or not.
Wow.
And so the community came, they raised money, they mortgaged their homes, their businesses to be able to keep this church, and we've been here ever since.
And some of the beautiful artwork has been here since like 1899, right?
Yeah.
The Tiffany glass.
Yes, the Tiffany windows. We have 4 Tiffany windows. This one right here, which is the Sermon on the Mount, and these other ones that were in the 1940s. This big one here in the middle, that one was, again, somebody mortgaged a home just to be able to put that window in. So, we love for people to come in here and just see the beauty of our faith and of our church.
I love it. So a great event, historic, a piece of history, a celebration, and of course, great food and refreshments. You can't beat that combination, guys.
Yeah, just that history right there and the beauty with those stained glass windows. Mark, thank you. If you'd like to take part in this free event that's coming up next weekend, you can find all the details about the Greek Festival on foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
In the aftermath of Hurricane Ian, what does President Biden have to say about the damage left behind in Florida?
Weeks after the bungled E. coli contamination, city leaders reveal a cause? You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:17, President Joe Biden planning to visit Florida and Puerto Rico, which was also hit hard by tropical storm and Hurricane Ian.
National correspondent Arthur Alan-Shar joins us live from Capitol Hill with what we know about these trips.
Yeah, hey, good morning. Happy Friday to you, Taylor and Tom. So as is standard with any presidential visit, especially to a disaster zone, President Biden says that the timing of his trip to Florida and likely Puerto Rico as well will depend on confirmation that his presence with all the security resources, Secret Service, et cetera, that's required won't hinder recovery efforts on the ground. This was the case when he and the First Lady visited Surfside, Florida after the condo collapse last summer. But of course, this time the destruction is on a totally different scale. But as we see with any natural disaster in the aftermath, a coordination with the governor and the president is crucial for an efficient response. And the president's addressing sort of the elephant in the room that he and Florida's Republican governor, Ron DeSantis, do not see eye to eye politically, to put it lightly. It's widely expected also that DeSantis will launch a presidential bid in 2024. They could very well be up against each other on a debate stage. Who knows? But the president's telling reporters that their response to the storm will have nothing to do with their political disagreements, that this is about saving lives. And as of yesterday, Tom and Taylor, the president said he and DeSantis have spoken 4 or 5 times already.
Atra, we saw that with DeSantis, too, and the First Lady speaking. So as soon as you saw that, you're like, oh, maybe a presidential bid. But besides that, on Capitol Hill, all eyes on the House after the Senate passes a bill to keep the government funded through mid-December. So what's in this short-term budget?
Yeah, so it maintains current levels of government spending through December 16th, but it also adds in $12 billion in aid to Ukraine, money for New Mexico's recovery after going through some wildfires, also money for the water crisis in Jackson, Mississippi. There's money in there for low-income home heating programs as winter is quickly approaching, and it's expected the cost of heating your home is likely going to be about 17% more than it was last winter. But the bill also reauthorizes FDA user fees, and what this does, Tom and Taylor, is fund the review of new products and treatments to get them to the market faster. And as we've been reporting, 2 things left out of this continuing resolution are what the White House wanted for funding for COVID and monkeypox, and also Senator Joe Manchin's energy permitting reforms. So what happens today? It's expected to pass in the House. We anticipate a vote around 2 p.m., which is well before the midnight deadline that would have triggered a government shutdown. And yesterday when senators...
Oh, looks like we just lost her.
Pacha, thank you.
Today's number of the day shows about 54% of all state legislators in the U.S. are Republicans. Meanwhile, only around 44% are Democrats. Researchers collected this data at the end of August. National Scott Ramsden survey shows there are about 7,400 legislative seats in the country.
9:20 is your time right now. Our Hurricane Ian continues to be an issue, and this is the story that we've been talking about for the last couple of days. It's set to make its 3rd landfall here. Here's a look at our HD radar. We're not tracking any rain right now, but we will see that rain roll in as we head later into the afternoon and especially later tonight. We do have coastal flood advisories posted. This is for Anne Arundel and Calvert counties, and this is for the potential of some minor low-level flooding, especially near high tide. So that's why that coastal flood advisory is posted. As we look at our HD radar where Ian is, the center of the storm still about 100 miles off the coast of Charleston, South Carolina. But look at all of the northerly track of that storm with all of that rain and wind up to Wilmington, North Carolina, all the way back through Raleigh, down into Charlotte, Columbia, South Carolina, and then into Charleston as well. Hurricane warnings and storm surge warnings continue to be posted from Charleston up into Myrtle Beach. In fact, along most of the Carolina coast, we've got that storm surge warning. Charleston's a city that is very prone to flooding. These are some of the wind gusts we've seen the last hour or so, about 30 to 40 miles an hour. We've had some stronger wind gusts reported at some of the buoys that are out here in the 50 and 60 mile an hour range, and even close to 70 miles an hour. The storm officially still has sustained winds of 85 miles an hour. Now, remember, yesterday, this was a tropical storm, went back over the Atlantic yesterday afternoon, became a hurricane again, and intensified even further. And we've been seeing this the last couple of years. We had that rapid intensification right before it makes landfall. Now, it's still expected to hang on to about 85 mile an hour winds by 2 o'clock this afternoon. landfall right around Georgetown, South Carolina, moving up toward Florence and all the way up toward Roanoke as a tropical depression by tomorrow afternoon. And then we're going to be tracking all of that rain here for us. As I mentioned, some of the outer bands will be impacting us by later today. And you can actually see that on our hourly future scan. This is about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Annapolis, Stevensville, out through Easton and Denton. We'll see some of those showers rolling right up the Chesapeake from south to north into that 4 and 5 o'clock hour this evening. And it's going to stay rainy through your Friday night. So if you've got plans to be outdoors, just have the, rain gear with you. Maybe you're going out for dinner tonight. You'll definitely need the umbrella. And then more of that heavy rain is going to be in the overnight hours. Updated rainfall totals have come down a little bit, so that's good, but still a good solid 1 to 2 inches across central Maryland once this storm is all said and done. And here's the wind speeds, too. This is 3 o'clock this afternoon. We're already seeing a little northeasterly wind. The 20 to 25 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts is what we're going to experience. Maybe a downed tree or two, but if you have those inflatable decorations for Halloween already up, may want to think about bringing those in. Same thing with your flags and all of that good nature. So here's a look at our forecast. A lot of things have been canceled this weekend, outdoor plans, but not the Ravens game. Still playing Sunday afternoon as the Bills are in town. And then we've got those temperatures into the 60s. We start drying as we get into Tuesday of next week. And by Wednesday and Thursday, things looking very nice.
And no doubt it's the biggest matchup of the week in the NFL. We get you ready for the Ravens versus Bills matchup this Sunday here on Fox 45. And it's almost time for pigskin predictions. Stay tuned to find out who we think will come out on top this week around the NFL. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
I'm off to a rough start this season. I've got more losses than wins under my belt at this point. So this week could either be the nail in my coffin or the start of my comeback. I'm hoping it's the comeback. Harford County Executive Barry Glassman is my challenger for this week's Pigskin Predictions. Good morning.
Good morning. I think everyone's had a tough couple of weeks.
Man, I've been off, so this could be easy money for you right here. Let's see. Let's get it started. Buffalo Bills at Baltimore Ravens. Absolute 100% Ravens. Lamar Jackson and the team, but Lamar Jackson, man, amazing.
Yeah, I think it's still going to be a tough game, but I've got to go with the Ravens too. And, you know, Lamar is showing why he should be the highest paid quarterback in the league.
Right? Give the man the money. All right. Yes, tough game, but I'm hoping to pull it out. All right. New York Jets at Pittsburgh Steelers. What do you think?
I am going to stick with the Steelers. I think Mike Tomlin is still figuring out the offense, but he's hard to beat at home.
I think at home they are hard to beat, and I think that because they've had the losses, that they're gonna come out strong because they don't want to get further behind. They don't want to be like me this season and all these losses. So I think they're gonna try not to fall further behind. So don't want to do it, but I'm gonna go with the Steelers also. All right, Cleveland Browns at Atlanta Falcons. I guess is an easy pick.
You think? I think this game could go either way, but the Browns have been overachieving this year. I'm going to go with the Browns.
I think their running game is just unstoppable, and I just think the Falcons sometimes can just be the Falcons, and it doesn't always work out. So I'm going to go with the Browns, too, on this one. All right, so now we got two big games. Sunday night game, Kansas City Chiefs, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Mahomes, Brady. What do you do here?
It's a tough one that could go either way, too.
Yeah.
Listen, it's the last time these two will ever meet, but I'm going to go with Brady. I can't see him losing two in a row, so I'm going to go with the Bucs.
Have you seen Brady, though? Everybody's talking about how how weathered and beat up and tired and out of sorts he looks because of his issues off the field. But you think on the field he's got it?
I do. I just don't see him losing two in a row.
All right. Mahomes.
It's a tough one, though. It really is tough.
It is. And only... I think I'm going to go with Brady, too. I think I'm going to go, as much as I don't like to. I'm going to go with Brady, too, and we'll see. We'll see. I may regret that, though. All right, Monday night, Los Angeles Rams at San Francisco 49ers. This, for me, is a toss-up game. I could go either way on this one.
Yeah, I think you're right, and those West Coast teams, when they play each other, they know each other. I just think the Rams look a little bit more comfortable right now. That's who I think I'll go with the Rams.
You're going to go with the Rams? All right, that makes sense. I'm going to go with the 49ers, though.
Okay.
The guy's name, and I always forget it, the Garoppolo's. He's back, so we'll see. I'm going to go with them. I'm going to go with the 49ers. All right, we'll see. I'm crossing my finger.
Good luck. There's nowhere but up. That's my saying.
All right. Well, share your pigskin predictions with me each week. Go to my Facebook page and leave me a post.
We're finally learning what may have caused Baltimore's contaminated water crisis, but there's still unanswered questions. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain why, plus hear from city leaders.
I'm Megan Gilland in Tampa Bay, where the word canceled that you see posted all across the board here is expected to change here this morning. We're going to let you know the flights coming in and out of this area and up and down the West Coast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Hurricane Ian leaving a massive path of destruction behind. We're tracking Ian as it continues to move northward. But as daylight comes up, we can see that widespread damage left behind and the storm surge, the bridges, the inundated areas. Now, the storm is going down in history as one of the strongest weather systems to hit our country in years. This morning, Ian is on the move, setting its eyes on the Carolinas. President Biden has declared a major disaster in parts of Florida.
This could be the deadliest hurricane in Florida's history. The numbers are still unclear, but we're hearing early reports of what may be substantial loss of life. But we know many families are hurting. Many are hurting today, and our entire country hurts with them.
Yeah, you just heard the president there, and now we're just hearing reports of 21 now dead. The live team coverage of Hurricane Ian, meteorologist Justin Chambers and meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking that storm and how it could impact our area.
But first, let's go over and head over to Megan Gillen. She's live in Tampa Bay with residents as they're beginning to pick up those pieces. But I can see you're in the airport this morning. It's way more full than we saw just about an hour ago.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, guys, this is Tampa International Airport. That first flight leaves in 25 minutes and counting. Security now backed up. We've been talking with a lot of passengers, some of them who were delayed, some of their flights were canceled. We've got Eric and Laura over here who are excited. They actually live in Sarasota. First of all, let's talk about how your house fared in Sarasota.
It fared pretty well. I went ahead and boarded up the night before, and the winds were very strong. We did lose several branches and trees in our immediate area, but we were very lucky and fortunate.
And lucky enough that you're able to make it to Tampa and head to vacation. How's your flight? Are you on time? Or are you delayed? What's the status?
We are on time.
Wow.
We are on time. So.
You know how lucky you are? I mean, you survived the hurricane with minor damage and have a flight on time.
Yeah. We only lost power for 9 hours, so we were certainly one of the fortunate ones.
And I know, obviously, some anxiety and nerves during that time, so it's a good time for you guys to go and relax a little bit. I hope you enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy. And again, guys, they're the lucky ones. I'm going to bring you over here real quick. Thanks a lot. Safe travels. Show you the board over here. A lot of flights coming and going here today, but a lot of cancellations, obviously, as things get up and running. We talked to one woman a little bit ago who was trying to get to Canada for a funeral. This is her 4th time coming to the airport. On the board here, much better than we saw earlier, guys. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 planes now departing from Tampa Bay here today, coming to the arrivals here, coming in. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all of those on time for the arrivals here. My eyes on that departure here. We've had a great time here in Tampa Bay. We feel like we saw our journey, but guys, we're ready to come back to you, and we're on time to hit Baltimore here today.
Yeah, that's great, Megan, and hopefully you will get back on time. And we are going to have rain, though, when you get back. So we'll be talking about that. Amy Aronson here in just a moment is going to be talking about the rainfall totals that we're looking at and some of the impacts that we're going to have. Obviously, Ian is what everybody's been talking about. The 3rd landfall is expected later this afternoon. You can see this is North Carolina. We've had some flash flood warnings posted there. We've had some lightning, a lot of wind, a lot of rain, 40 and 50 mile an hour wind gusts. There's Charleston right there. The eye of the storm about 90 miles off the coast of Charleston. That's going to more than likely make landfall between Charleston and Myrtle Beach sometime this afternoon. And obviously after that happens, it's going to track up toward West Virginia and by Saturday be an area of low pressure. That's when we're going to have the remnants here at home. Meteorologist Amy Aronson, our Weather Authority team coverage continues. Amy, talk about what we're going to see here with the changes this coming weekend.
Yeah, exactly, Justin. We are tracking the potential for some rainfall here. If we take a look at our rainfall totals and what we're expecting, we are expecting rainfall totals to climb about 1 inch or 2. That's what all the forecast models are showing right now. That means we are not anticipating flooding here, fortunately, just kind of nuisance rain as we get into the weekend, with the heaviest actually coming through overnight tonight through early tomorrow morning. So plan on the first showers starting up this evening, heaviest rain overnight through Saturday morning. After that, just tapering to on and off showers throughout the weekend. It's also going to be breezy and it's
It's going to be cool. It's just not going to be a pretty weekend out there for whatever you have planned outside. And if that includes heading to the Ravens game, I would pack the wet weather gear. A nice warm rain jacket. That's a great idea because not only will we be dodging some on and off showers, we'll also be in the breezy and the cool mid-60s throughout that game. Back to you.
Remember, you can track severe storms and tropical systems even when we're not here on air. Go ahead and download the free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF to get started.
9:38, and now to a city in crisis. More criticism for DPW in the city council's second hearing, holding the Department of Public Works accountable for their bungled handling of the E. coli water contamination in West Baltimore.
Council members asking where the contamination came from and why the public was not told sooner.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning. She has more on the hearing and how some city leaders say it could have been handled a lot better. Olivia.
That's right, Taylor and Tom. And at the meeting, the Department of Public Works finally gave some answers as to what may have caused the E. coli contamination. But city council members still have questions about the lack of communication. Now, the department believes that several factors may have contributed to the water crisis, blaming Baltimore's aging infrastructure.
What this shows is that there are multiple factors that came together to create a scenario that likely contributed to the contamination in the area of impact. The large mains being out of service was the root cause, the Kirk Avenue valve repair, and the sinkhole on North Avenue.
DPW says those problems compromising the water line led DPW to shut off the Vernon pump station, reverting supply from the area of impact to Lake Ashburton, where a sinkhole there lowered the chlorine levels in the water. But city council members also held the hearing to better understand the failures of communication that occurred. DPW first tested the water at the start of September, and they've been criticized for not informing the public sooner. But DPW's communications department wasn't even at the meeting yesterday.
Well, this whole situation was a failure of communications. So had the communications department properly communicated to the public immediately and done so in the way that they do on many other things, we wouldn't have been here today. I mean, something does not add up. Why wouldn't the people who were so active and involved in this situation from the start, and also all the communication to the public, why they wouldn't be here is really mind-boggling.
And Fox 45 News reached out to the chief of DPW's communications department to find out if she was asked to be a part of these hearings, but unfortunately we haven't heard back yet. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It's Purple Friday. What you need to know about the Ravens before Sunday's heavyweight matchup against the Bills.
Oh, and calm before the storm, highs in the lower 60s, but we're in for showers today and this weekend as Hurricane Ian heads north. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Oh, 9:43, you know it's a Purple Friday and one of the most anticipated matchups of the NFL.
All right, welcome back. It is time to meet our pet of the week from the Maryland SPCA. Brittany Roger, you have had a friend here who's making quite a bit of noise here. I think we've met her like in the last 15 minutes, but we're here today with a pet of the week.
This is
Tell us about
Brisket. Brisket is very vocal about being in the carrier. He's a 9-week-old neutered male, and he really prefers getting attention and exploring as opposed to being in the carrier.
Absolutely. So what do you know yet about their personality, other than definitely vocal?
He's a purr monster.
Okay.
When I met him in the shelter, he reached out, wanted attention, and even right now, I can just feel his little motor going.
And how can someone adopt this adorable kitty cat, Brisket?
He's available right now. So we open at 1 o'clock today, and you can walk right in and adopt him.
Can we get another look at it? Like, look at the face, guys.
Welcome back. There it is.